Global Reincarnation, Only I Know the Plot. Chapter 1. This is a virtual world composed of various films and televisions. Everyone in the world is working hard to conquer each copy, hoping to obtain copy rewards and become stronger. Chen Ye, who came through, was pleasantly surprised to find that the copies that were difficult for everyone to pass were all the various film and television works he had seen in his previous life. Therefore, Chen Ye, who is familiar with the plots of these films and TV dramas, began to be super god. Tang, reincarnations have turned to Li Chengqian, Li Kai and Li Tai one after another. Chen Ye chose to teach Li Zhi and eventually became an emperor. Martial arts, everyone is thinking of ways to join the school to learn Kung Fu, only Chen Ye knows where the secrets are. Marvel, when most of the samsaras were slammed by the Avengers, Chen Ye had already collected 6 infinite gems. Chapter 1. Only I Know the Plot. Global Reincarnation, Only I Know the Plot and look forward to your support. Chapter 2. The first copy of the world, 2 more, When 12 o'clock in the night came, Chen Ye immediately noticed that the full moon tattoo on his arm was emitting a faint red light. This means that the space of reincarnation is opened. Chen Ye held the tattoo tightly. 5 seconds later, a red light flashed, and he disappeared directly from the room. When Chen Ye regained his sight again, he found himself in a square. The square platform is so big that you can't see the end at a glance. At this moment, there are already many people in the square, and people are constantly being sent in by red light, causing the number of people on the square to increase rapidly. A holographic projection attribute panel appeared in front of Chen Ye. Name, Shura. Reincarnation number, C area, 90,086. Physique, 12. Spirit, 14. Strength, 9. Agility, 11. Distributable potential, 0. Skills, English, proficient, driving, beginner, shooting, proficient. Fighting skills, none. Ability, none. Reincarnation points, 122. Comprehensive evaluation, not up to standard. After reading the self-property panel, Chen Ye was speechless. Sura is certainly not Chen Ye's name. It was taken by the former owner of this body. Including the current image in the reincarnation space, they are all assassin images, masked, designed by the former owner. Purpose Chen Ye knew, in order to hide his true identity. In the reincarnation space, almost most people will choose to hide their true identity and appear here in a new look. Because between the reincarnations, there is a competitive relationship. Sometimes when you enter the same instance, you might choose a hostile camp. Offending people is common, and it is naturally more advantageous to hide your true identity. Chen Ye had nothing to complain about the fake identity that his predecessor had obtained. What he was dissatisfied with was that his predecessor had been in the reincarnation space for so long, and his attributes were still so trash. Ordinary adults, the normal attributes are around 10. Not to mention the abilities, not even the fighting skills. The few skills he mastered are not so good. The only thing that can be seen is the proficiency of shooting, reaching the proficient level. Proficiency level, beginner, proficient, proficient, master, superb. It's really waste material. Chen Ye sighed. But Chen Ye was not disappointed. Because he knows that this is actually a true portrayal of most people in the mixed safety zone. The copies of the safe zone are all worlds that are not life-threatening, and the benefits are relatively low. And there is a time limit for swiping a copy of the safe zone, and it can only be swiped once a month. With various restrictions, it is really difficult to become stronger in the safe zone. The place that can really become stronger quickly is the Reincarnation Tower in the central area. Reincarnation Tower. There are a total of 99 floors. Every layer is a big and dangerous world. Not only is the crisis step by step, the reincarnation system will also release very difficult tasks, and the unfinished end will most likely be directly obliterated. Note that Samsara space is not an online game, and dying in the dungeon world is equivalent to real death. So, even if the rewards of the Reincarnation Tower are extremely rich, and there are powerful abilities rewards, most people dare not venture into it. Chapter 2. In the central area, there is a tall tower, almost straight into the sky, without seeing the top. He remembered a rumor. Legend: as long as you pass the 99-story Reincarnation Tower, you can become an omnipotent god. No one knows how this rumor came about. However, everyone believes it very much. Because, those who live out of the Samsara pagoda are truly strong. After a while, Chen Ye retracted his gaze. Although he knows the plot and is confident about breaking into the Reincarnation Tower, he still intends to complete a mission in the safe zone first, and get acquainted with the dungeon world. EAV.C. This is not to be afraid of death. It's a prudent approach. When he came to the dungeon hall, Chen Ye found that there were many people here. The huge hall was almost full of people. At this time, a flying elf appeared out of thin air and came to him. "Hello, Shura, what help do you need?" This little elf is a product of reincarnation space, similar to artificial intelligence. "I'll make a copy." Chen Ye Dao. According to memory, the former owner of this body, the last time he swiped the copy, was a month and a half ago. The 1-month cooling time has passed. "Okay, please choose the copy world you want to go to." With a wave of the elf's hand, a holographic projection screen appeared in front of Chen Ye. On the screen, many names familiar to Chen Ye appeared. Crazy Stone, When Happiness Knocks on the Door, Struggle, The Richest Man in Zihong City, The Girl We Chased Together in Those Years, Infernal Affairs. When Chen Ye saw The Richest Man in Zihong City and Infernal Affairs, his eyes flashed. According to Chen Ye's speculation, not surprisingly, the mission of The Richest Man in Zihong City is definitely to help the protagonist Wang Duyu spend the billion. Complete the test. The mission of Infernal Affairs is absolutely inseparable from the two undercover protagonists. The tasks of these two worlds are naturally not easy for others. But for Chen Ye, who knows the plot, it shouldn't be too simple. After thinking about it, Chen Ye chose Infernal Affairs. Because according to the tips of the elf, the world of Infernal Affairs was evaluated as orange. This shows that the Infernal Affairs copy has a certain degree of danger, so the reward for completing the task will be higher. As for the other copies, most of them are the safest green, and have been conquered, and the reward is very low. "Hello, Shura, your chosen dungeon world is Infernal Affairs, are you sure?" "Yes." As soon as the voice fell, the dungeon hall in front of Chen Ye suddenly dissipated like splashes of water, and in a blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery completely changed. This is a pure white room. There were 6 people in the room, including Chen Ye. Seeing the other 5 people, Chen Ye's eyes flashed. These people are the reincarnations who went to Infernal Affairs to brush the copy with him. "Dear Samsaras, you have 5 minutes to prepare. After 5 minutes, start to transmit the mission world." The system's broadcast sound sounded in the room. None of the 6 people spoke, they were looking at each other. Everyone is not an ignorant rookie, and naturally understands that, next, between them, it is very likely that they will become competitors. After a full minute of silence, finally, a young man who looked very handsome, disguised, couldn't help but speak. "Hello everyone, my name is Crow, and the current comprehensive strength evaluation is E-level." Hearing this, many people looked at the Crow and showed surprise expressions. It is definitely not easy to be able to get E-level in the safe zone. Everyone was silent, looking at this Mr. Crow. Since this gentleman Crow spoke, it was definitely not to show off his strength. The Crow continued to speak. "I want to ask, is there anyone willing to form an alliance?" No one spoke. The Crow was not embarrassed, and smiled slightly, in order to show my sincerity, I will share with you some information I got. I once brushed the world copy of Infernal Affairs. The reason why no one can brush this copy is because the task released by the reincarnation system is very difficult. This world is divided into two camps, one is the police, the other is the society. In both camps, there are undercover agents from both sides, and our task is only one: find the inner ghost. Many people are thoughtful when they hear this. Chen Ye's eyes flashed, and his heart throbbed slightly. If it is true as the crow said, then the dungeon mission of the Infernal Affairs world, for Chen Ye, shouldn't be too simple. Because Chen Ye knows who is the ghost. Chapter 3. I have brushed this copy once. I have a few suspected targets for who the ghost is, but I need to investigate it manually. I wonder if anyone is willing to form an alliance with me. Hearing this, someone finally moved. Hello, Mr. Crow. A person with the image of the two-dimensional Zheng Tai asked, if you form an alliance with you, who will be the reward after the task is completed? The crow looked at this wife and smiled and said, brother, are you a newcomer? If you form an alliance, of course you need to conclude an alliance. After the task is completed, the system will distribute the score rewards evenly to everyone in the contract. What else? Zheng Tai shook his head and said, no, I want to form an alliance. Please take care of Mr. Crow. The crow smiled and nodded, and glanced at others. Is there anyone else who wants to form an alliance? Count me in. For a time, 3 people were willing to form an alliance with the crows. Adding the crow himself, there are 4 people. Among the 6, only Chen Ye and another masked girl remained, and did not speak. 2. Don't you think about forming an alliance? Chen Ye just shook his head. The masked girl said indifferently, I'm not interested. The crow didn't force it, smiled faintly, and gathered the other 3 allies together. After entering the dungeon world, they will all choose the society camp. The other 3 nodded. At this time, 5 minutes passed. The system prompt sounded in the room. Start teleporting countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Wow! The white room in front of him suddenly disappeared. Chen Ye and the other 5 people were all wrapped in a bunch of red-ons and sent away. P.S. The old author's new book, absolutely cool, 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 3 Catch the Ghost? I'm good at it. 3 more, The transmission process is very short. In less than a breath, Chen Ye began to hear a whistle sound in his ears. That's the sound of car horns. Immediately afterwards, Chen Ye smelled the familiar air, and his sight began to slowly recover. A modern city appeared in Chen Ye's vision. On the road, there are heavy traffic and people coming and going. Surrounded by high-rise buildings. Obviously, this is a bustling modern city. Hong Kong City at the beginning of the 21st century. Samsara Sura, please choose your faction within 30 seconds. Faction 1, Police. Faction 2, Society. Hearing the prompt in his ears, Chen Ye was taken aback. Choosing the camp at the beginning? This should be the reincarnation system, a means to quickly help reincarnations to integrate into this world. However, for those who don't know the plot, facing this choice, I am afraid they will be forced. Chen Ye didn't hesitate, so he chose Camp 1, the police. Choosing the police is naturally out of safety considerations. Compared with the chaotic environment of the club, being a policeman is much less dangerous, at least you don't have to worry about being killed by the boss in a bad mood. There is another reason. Chen Ye just heard that the crows had chosen the community camp. Chen Ye always felt that the crow was a little bit malicious, so he didn't want to get too close to him. Choose success, start to establish identity. Name, Zhang Ming. Identity, Level 2 Detective of the Intelligence Section. Age, 22 years old. Reincarnation of Shura, please remember your new identity, it will enable you to quickly integrate into this world. Warning, do not disclose information about the space of reincarnation to people in the copy world in any form. Segments of reminders sounded in Chen Ye's mind. Through the reflection of the glass in the shop next to him, Chen Ye could see that his current appearance had changed a lot. Before he was just an adult high school student, now he is a slightly mature young man. Chen Ye touched his pocket and took out a cell phone and a police officer's ID from it. Chapter 4. Suddenly, Chen Ye paused with his fingers and stared at the phone screen. On the screen, there is a person's phone number, name remarks, Lu Jianming, supervisor. Lu Jianming? Isn't this the undercover of the club boss in the police? The plot of Infernal Affairs is not complicated, it is a typical police and bandit confrontation story. On one side are the police, on the other side are the gang-related associations. What's interesting is that the police have installed an undercover agent in the club, and the boss of the club has also installed an undercover agent in the police force. The main plot of Infernal Affairs is the story of these two undercover agents fighting against each other. Chen Ye recalled the plot, only then did he remember that at the beginning of the plot, Lu Jianming was the inspector of the intelligence section. In other words, this Mr. Inner Ghost, whose identity is on the bright side, is Chen Ye's boss. Interesting. Chen Ye smiled faintly. Please note that the task is released. Main task, find out the ghost hidden in the police force, 0/1. Task time, 72 hours. Note, please complete the task as soon as possible, the faster you complete, the higher the evaluation. After 72 hours, all reincarnations will be forced out of this world. Hearing the system's task prompt, Chen Ye was not surprised. Just during the preparation period, the crow had already revealed the relevant content of the mission. It seems that the crow is not lying. For this task, Chen Ye was confident in his heart. Because he knows the plot and knows who the ghost is. Jingle bell. The phone rang suddenly. The caller ID is colleague A Qiang. Chen Ye answered the phone. Hello, A Qiang. Amin, come back and gather, there is a big case. An excited voice came from the phone. Chen Ye hung up the phone and hurried to the police station. Relying on the police officer's certificate, he easily entered the police station, and then followed the signs to the intelligence department on the second floor. Pushing open the door of the office of the intelligence section, the colleagues have all packed up, looking like they are ready to set off. Amen. Why is it so slow? Come over and move things. A middle-aged woman saw Chen Ye and immediately shouted. Right away. Chen Ye quietly agreed, but his eyes swept toward the agents one by one. Inspector Lu Jianming is not here. However, Chen Ye saw another ghost, Lin Qioping. Lin Qioping. Nicknamed Big B. He is a first-level agent of the intelligence department, Lu Jianming's confidant. However, what even Lu Jianming didn't know was that Lin Qioping was actually an undercover agent sent by the group leader Han Chen. Han Chen is a shrewd and far-sighted elder brother of the organization. He started to make arrangements more than 10 years ago. Several ghosts have been planted in the police force. This guy is suspicious by nature and doesn't believe anyone. Lin Qioping actually has another task, which is to help Han Chen monitor Lu Jianming. At the end of the plot, it was Lin Qioping who shot and killed the police undercover agent Chen Yongren. Taking a deep look at Lin Qioping, Chen Ye came to the middle-aged man who had just called him and helped him organize his things. Are we going to move places? Chen Ye asked. The middle-aged woman shook her head and said, No, I just heard that I am going to temporarily assist the crime squad. I don't know what the specific case is. I'll talk about it when Sir Lu arrives. As soon as the voice fell, the office door was pushed open again. A middle-aged man with handsome facial features walked in. P.S. the old author's new book, absolutely cool, 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 4 Chief, I want to report Inspector Liu, for more, The middle-aged man entering the door, who was in his early 30s, looked very clean and refreshed in a decent suit. With his handsome features, he was very masculine. RW-Vel.O. Sir Liu. Everyone stopped what they were doing and greeted them one after another. With a gentle smile on his face, Lu Jianming looked at his subordinates and asked, "How are you preparing?" "Get ready, head, you can start right away." Lin Qioping replied. "Okay. The case of cooperation with the serious case team this time is very important. Don't take it lightly." Chapter 5. Everyone took their things and set off with Lu Jianming. Chen Ye hugged a host and followed the team, keeping his eyes on Lu Jianming's back. This inner ghost is his goal. In the original plot, although Lu Jianming is an inner ghost, he has always wanted to be a real policeman, but he can't help himself and can't get rid of Han Chen's control. Later, after Han Chen's death, Lu Jianming just regained his freedom, but as a result he encountered a fateful opponent and had to continue to make mistakes. Speaking of which, Chen Ye had a very good impression of Lu Jianming. But now Lu Jianming is his mission goal, he will not be merciful. This operation is of great importance and is a secret operation. In order not to divulge the news, the Superintendent Huang's Heishan in charge of the case temporarily set up his office in a residential building. When Lu Jianming arrived with the people from the intelligence section, Superintendent Huang and the people from the crime squad were already waiting. "Yellow sir!" Lu Jianming greeted. "Jianming, you are here." Superintendent Huang smiled. Seeing that all the elites of the crime team were here, Lu Jianming asked curiously, "The show is so big? What kind of case is it?" Superintendent Huang didn't say, but said, "Let the brethren prepare first, and then talk about it after half an hour in a meeting." Lu Jianming didn't ask much, and let the subordinates of the intelligence department prepare. The crowd dispersed and began to work on their own affairs. Looking at the busy figures of everyone, Chen Ye showed a slight smile. He remembered this story. In the action tonight, Superintendent Huang wanted to catch the leader of the society, Han Chen. This plot is not only a battle of wits and courage between Superintendent Huang and Han Chen, but also the first official confrontation between the undercover agents on both sides. In order to divulge the news, both sides showed their magical powers, and even used the Morse code. The final result was a tie. Han Chen was not arrested, but the police were not a failure either. They destroyed a batch of Han Chen worth tens of millions of dollars. "Amin, don't be in a daze, come over and help!" shouted a colleague. Chen Ye kept his gaze on Superintendent Huang. At this moment, seeing Superintendent Huang go out, he moved in his heart and said, "Wait for me, I'll go to urinate." Leaving this sentence aside, Chen Ye chased it out. Outside, Superintendent Huang was smoking, relying on nicotine to suppress his anxiety. After the layout for so long, when the network is closed tonight, you can't fail. "Hi Superintendent Yellow." Hearing the voice behind him, Superintendent Huang turned his head, saw Chen Ye, froze for a moment, and asked, "You belong to the intelligence division? Why don't you prepare?" "Sir, I have an important news, I want to report to you." "Oh?" Superintendent Huang asked in surprise, "What news?" "It's such a sir. I went out to watch a movie last night and saw Sir Liu in the movie theater. Seeing him behaved suspiciously, I followed him secretly, and then I saw him and Han Chen meeting in the movie theater." Upon hearing this, Superintendent Huang immediately sank with an old face. "Do you know what you are talking about?" Superintendent Huang reprimanded, "It's a police force to slander the chief." Chen Ye was not intimidated at all, he was not from this world anyway. "Superintendent Huang, what I said is true, and I also heard their conversation. Superintendent Huang looked at Chen Ye for a while, and then asked, what did they say? They should be changing their secret codes. I heard the words Dad and Kanti come back to eat. Chen Ye said seriously, Sir, please be aware that once Inspector Lu suddenly calls, he will say these keywords. It means that it is a whistleblower. Besides, Superintendent Huang calmly said, what else? Chen Ye thought about it carefully, and then said, Han Chen said that he had a big deal tonight. A Taeku will come to Hong Kong City to sell goods, and the place of the deal will be Long Bath Beach. The alleged connection between Lu Jianming and Han Chen was of course Chen Ye lying. Rubnve.c. However, those secret codes and trading locations are real. Chen Ye has watched the movie Infernal Affairs for several years. Originally, these details have been forgotten. But after crossing, Chen Ye was surprised to find that his memory had become very good. As long as you think about the movie Infernal Affairs carefully, you can come up with the details. P.S. The old author's new book, absolutely cool, 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 5 is cool to know the plot. 5 more, Hearing the place of the transaction, Superintendent Huang could no longer remain calm and looked at Chen Ye in surprise. Tonight's Han Chen is going to trade with the Taeku. Superintendent Huang still got the news from the undercover. At the police, only he and the undercover know about it. Chen Ye actually knew this, and also got information about the transaction location. Chapter 6. Superintendent Huang asked in a deep voice. In tonight's action, the main target of Superintendent Huang is Han Chen. RWVEL.O. And the biggest difficulty of the action is just not knowing where the goods are traded. Because Han Chen is so powerful that he can't find the goods, even if he catches Han Chen, he cannot be convicted. At this moment, Chen Ye proposed the location of the transaction, which immediately made Superintendent Huang feel more certain. Chen Ye nodded, that's what I heard. Superintendent Huang thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Ye seriously and asked, Police officer, what is your name? Second-level detective of the Intelligence Division, Zhang Ming. I call you Amin, don't you mind? Don't mind, sir. Superintendent Huang said, if what you say is true, then you have done a great job in tonight's action. If you tell lies, slander your boss, no one can keep you, do you understand? Clear. Chen Ye's tone was firm, and he didn't panic at all. Anyway, he is not from this world, he will be teleported away within 3 days at most, afraid of a wool? Seeing Chen Ye's vows, Superintendent Huang couldn't help but believe that Chen Ye was right. And one more thing. Chen Ye suddenly said, after Inspector Lu left last night, I heard Han Chen calling, asking Lin Qioping to look after Inspector Lu. Sir, Lin Qioping is a first-level agent of the intelligence section, and he usually walks very close to Inspector Lu. I am afraid he is also a ghost. Hearing this, the pupils in Superintendent Wang's eyes shrank slightly, his expression dignified. Chen Ye meant that there were 2 ghosts in the intelligence division. Moreover, one of the inner ghost's tasks is to monitor the other inner ghost. Originally, Superintendent Huang only believed half of Chen Ye's report on Lu Jianming. But when I heard what I said just now, I immediately believed it 80%. Because, as Han Chen's old opponent, Superintendent Huang knew Han Chen and knew that this old fox was such a cautious and suspicious person, and no one could believe it. Allowing the inner ghost to monitor the inner ghost is very much in line with Han Chen's style of work. When you go back later, don't say anything nonsense, as if you haven't seen me. Abandoning these words, Superintendent Huang patted Chen Ye on the shoulder and returned to the house. Chen Ye looked at Superintendent Huang's back and smiled. Actually, to report directly to Superintendent Huang was a dangerous move for Chen Ye. Because the police pay attention to evidence. Without evidence, no matter how doubtful it is slander. The prudent approach should be to follow Lu Jianming. Anyway, Lu Jianming is an inner ghost, and he will contact Han Chen sooner or later, and he can record it as evidence at that time. The reason why Chen Ye chose a radical approach, slashing the mess, was naturally to complete the task faster and get a higher task score. Give it a try, a bike becomes a motorcycle. The sky soon dimmed. The temporary office space is already full of people. Superintendent Huang stood in front of the crowd and began to introduce this action to everyone. The goal tonight is a drug cartel. According to the information provided by the informant, at 7 p.m., they will trade with a seller in Thailand. The place to pay the money is on the third floor of the opposite building. As for the delivery location, it's not clear yet. Having said this, Superintendent Huang subconsciously glanced at Chen Ye in the crowd, and then continued. Let me talk about your mission. Everyone looked serious when they heard this. Superintendent Huang continued, the intelligence division is responsible for tracking targets, hooking up lines, and communicating. The crime team must wait for the undercover agent to determine the delivery location before proceeding to arrest. Look at the protagonist tonight. When Superintendent Huang said this, a police officer came up and posted a few photos on the wall. The person in the photo is indeed the group of Han Chen. These are the protagonists tonight, Han Chen, Chen Yongren, DLU, we have been monitoring them for a long time, and we must catch someone tonight. All right. Superintendent Huang asked loudly. No. The policeman replied. Superintendent Huang clapped his hands, go. Everyone immediately became busy. Chen Ye pretended to be connected to the computer, but secretly he was watching the movements of Superintendent Huang and Lu Jianming. He remembered the plot, and knew that Lu Jianming, who was an inner ghost, should inform Han Chen at this time. As predicted. After Lu Jianming took off his suit, he suddenly took out his cell phone, pretending to be someone calling, and walked to the balcony to answer the phone. A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Ye's mouth. Because he saw that, Superintendent Huang also noticed Lu Jianming's movements and went to the balcony. Chapter 7. Superintendent Huang calmly watched Lu Jianming call. FREWBNV. Hey, Dad, it's me. I have something tonight, I can't go home for dinner. Well, I will pay attention to safety, you rest early. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jianming looked at Superintendent Huang and said with a smile, I'm sorry, Sir Huang, I have made an appointment with my dad to have dinner today. I have to call to talk about it, so I don't have to wait for the elderly. Worthy of being a ghost for more than 10 years. As far as this acting is concerned, he doesn't give too much to the celebrity. Superintendent Huang looked at Lu Jianming's gentle smile, but he thought of Chen Ye's words in his heart. Lu Jianming just said all those secret codes that Chen Ye said. It's okay, I was wrong, I suddenly asked you to work overtime. Superintendent Huang smiled lightly. The case matters. Lu Jianming still smiled, looking very kind. Superintendent Huang suddenly said, Jianming, can you call me? P.S. The old author's new book, absolutely cool, 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 6, Boss, take me 1. 6 more, Jianming, can you call me? Superintendent Huang suddenly stretched out his hand and asked for Lu Jianming's call. Lu Jianming was taken aback for a moment, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Although Lu Jianming's concealment was very good and his expression remained the same, he was still caught by Superintendent Huang's panic. Originally, regarding what Chen Ye said, Superintendent Huang still had only 7 or 8 points of faith. Now, Superintendent Huang has been able to determine that there is indeed a problem with Lu Jianming. Don't get me wrong, my mobile phone suddenly ran out of power, borrow your phone to talk to the elderly in the family. Superintendent Huang smiled. Hearing this, Lu Jianming had to borrow if he didn't. Okay. Take it. Lu Jianming quickly calmed down, showing a calm smile. Superintendent Huang answered the call, but did not call back Lu Jianming's call just now. Although he was almost certain that Han Chen was on the other end of the phone, as long as he called back, he was almost certain that Lu Jianming was a ghost. But doing so would also startle the snake and arouse Han Chen's vigilance. If Han Chen is too frightened to trade, then his arrangements tonight will be in vain. For Superintendent Huang, Han Chen is the source of all crimes, and catching Han Chen is more important than anything else. So, after receiving the call, Superintendent Huang really started to press the number keys and redialed a call. Hey, Mom, I can't come back to dine with you at night. Yes. Don't leave it to me, go out to eat with my buddy at night. Okay, I see. After hanging up the phone, Superintendent Huang smiled and returned the phone to Lu Jianming. Thanks. I'm so familiar, I don't need to be so polite. The faces of both of them were smiling. In fact, they are secretly suspicious of each other. Superintendent Huang looked at the young inspector police officer before him, recalling Lu Jianming's resume in his mind. At the age of 30, he became an inspector of the intelligence department, and his level was only one level lower than his yellow superintendent. Such a speed of promotion is a miracle. The entire police force could not find the second Lu Jianming. Moreover, Lu Jianming's promotion did not go through the back door, and it relied on solid results. Since Lu Jianming became a policeman, numerous cases have been solved, and he has been hailed as the king of solving cases. Many cases that others couldn't handle came to Lu Jianming's hands, and the suspects were caught within a few days. At that time, many people said that Lu Jianming was talented, but now it seems that there are too many coincidences. Coincidence twice is a coincidence, and if there are more coincidences, it is not normal. Let's go. Let's start to work. Superintendent Huang said. Okay. The two went into the room together. The plot developed here, in fact, it has been greatly changed from the original plot. In the original plot, Superintendent Huang didn't know that Lu Jianming was an insider, and he did not have the slightest guard against Lu Jianming, so that Lu Jianming could inform Han Chen in time, which eventually led to the failure of the operation. And now, Superintendent Huang has been able to confirm that Lu Jianming is the ghost of the police force. Naturally, Lu Jianming will not be given any more opportunities. As soon as he arrived indoors, Superintendent Huang announced loudly. Tonight's task is very important. You can't leak any news. Please cooperate and store your mobile phone on my side. Chapter 8. He immediately smiled back, and his heart sank quickly. Lu Jianming is a wise man. Of course he knows that Superintendent Huang must be suspicious of him. In the corner, Chen Ye smiled when he saw this scene. He knew his plan was successful. Superintendent Huang has confirmed that Lu Jianming is a ghost. As long as Superintendent Huang believes, it will be much easier. Suddenly, someone patted Chen Ye on the shoulder. Chen Ye turned his head, it was the middle-aged woman. Amin, are you laughing so happy? The middle-aged woman said something, then approached Chen Ye and asked with a voice that only two people could hear, Lu Jianming is suspected. Hearing this, Chen Ye's heart burst, and he stared at the middle-aged woman fiercely. The middle-aged woman didn't change her face, and looked at Chen Ye with a smile. Immediately, Chen Ye determined that this middle-aged woman, like him, was also a reincarnation. He had always felt that he had missed important things. Now I finally understand what he is missing. He was not the only one who came to participate in the Catch the Inner Ghost mission this time. In addition to him, there are 5 reincarnations remaining. 4 of them are alliances, and they have made it clear to go to the club camp. But the whereabouts of the last masked girl is unknown. It turned out that the other party also chose the police camp, right in front of him at the moment. I do not know what you're talking about. Chen Ye smiled. Fake laugh. Having determined the identity of the other party, he certainly wouldn't talk nonsense. The middle-aged woman looked at Chen Ye and knew the comrade in front of her, she must know something. After thinking about it, she made a request. Can we form an alliance? After we go back, I can transfer 10 million to the account you specified. At this time, both of them had already determined that the other party was a reincarnation, so they spoke less scrupulously. 10 million. Chen Ye laughed, and refused without thinking, no. 10 million really moved Chen Ye. With this 10 million, he can immediately change his current living environment. But holding this money is risky, and it is likely to expose your true identity. Moreover, I don't know what the specific rewards are. Chen Ye is not a fool. How could he casually agree to divide the rewards in half? Note, after the alliance, all rewards are divided equally. P.S. The old author's new book, absolutely cool, 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 7 contains more than one ghost. 7 more, Chen Ye refused, but the middle-aged woman did not give up. Too little money? You can say the number. It sounds like the masked girl's family should be very rich. No, I don't want to form an alliance. Chen Ye said directly. You. The middle-aged woman still didn't give up, and was about to continue to say something, suddenly a urge came from next to her. What are you two whispering? Get to work. Lin Qioping was the one who urged. Chen Ye smiled at the middle-aged woman, then returned to his post and began to work. The middle-aged woman glared at Chen Ye and stopped talking. Judging from Chen Ye's various performances, she knew that Chen Ye must have mastered the information of the inner ghost. But Chen Ye was unwilling to cooperate and didn't want to take her to play, which made her very depressed. The other side. Several reincarnations nicknamed Crow are all gathered in one car at the moment. Their current identity is Han Chen's younger brother. All are arranged by the system. Crow drove the car, followed the boss Han Chen's car, and said to his allies, regarding the inner ghost suspect, I have 3 suspected targets, one is Silly, one is Dai Lu, and the last is Chen Yongren. Yes, you are responsible for tracking Shaiqiang and Dlu, and I will be responsible for tracking Chen Yongren. Chapter 9. Han Chen's car stopped in front of a building in the city. As soon as he showed up, the plainclothes policemen who were already in the cell immediately reported the news. The sparrow appears. In the temporary office, everyone heard the news and immediately refreshed. Superintendent Huang immediately ordered, immediately call out the surveillance at the entrance of the building. Soon, the monitoring screen appeared. On the screen, a stocky middle-aged man swaggered into the building. Although this short fat man is not good looking, no one present dared to look down upon him. Because he is Han Chen, the boss of the largest drug trafficking organization in Hong Kong. Cruel, powerful. Behind Han Chen, there was also a group of younger brothers, including the police undercover Chen Yongren. When Han Chen walked into the building, a member of the crime team immediately notified his partner. Attention, the sparrow is in the cage. Superintendent Huang looked at Lu Jianming. Jianming, have Han Chen made a phone call with his subordinates? Not detected, maybe they changed the phone. Lu Jianming replied. The responsibility of the intelligence section is to monitor various communications. Superintendent Huang nodded, did not speak, and did not know what he was thinking. After a while, Superintendent Huang suddenly called. Who is Lin Qioping? Lin Qioping, who looked exactly the same as the Dongguan boy, stood up somehow after hearing this. Sir, I am. Superintendent Huang looked at Lin Qioping up and down, and then said to Lu Jianming, everyone hasn't eaten dinner yet, Jianming, take your guy, go downstairs and buy everyone a pork chop meal. Hearing this, everyone in the office was taken aback. Everyone is puzzled by Superintendent Wang's arrangement. Going out to buy food and running errands, no matter what happens, it is not the turn of an inspector to handle it. Besides, Han Chen was about to be arrested. At this time, it was an unknowing act to dismiss Lu Jianming and a first-level agent. Why did Superintendent Huang do this? Only Chen Ye knew the answer to this question. Hearing Superintendent Wang's arrangement, Chen Ye's mouth turned into a smile. The behavior of Superintendent Huang was to eliminate the inner ghost. This saves the ghost from getting in the way and delays his arrest of Han Chen. In addition to Chen Ye, some smart people also saw it more or less. I'm afraid something is wrong with Inspector Lu and the agent. And the other reincarnation, the middle-aged woman, showed a surprised look at this moment. There is more than one inner ghost? She took a deep look at Chen Ye, and was very curious about how this guy knew who the ghost was. Lin Qioping, sir, for going out to buy food, just find a few people, why do you want me to go with Sir Lu? Superintendent Huang waved his hand, interrupting Lin Qioping's question, and said lightly, this operation is under my command. If you have any comments, you can appeal to the headquarters after the operation is over. Now, obey the order. Sir, this. Okay B, go shopping with me. Lu Jianming interrupted Lin Qioping. Lin Qioping looked a little ugly, but he could only shut up honestly. Superintendent Huang looked at Lu Jianming. Jianming, is there enough money to buy food? Of course it's enough. Lu Jianming smiled. Okay, remember to ask me for reimbursement after you buy it. No problem. Just as Lu Jianming and Lin Qioping were about to go out, Superintendent Huang suddenly pointed to Chen Ye and said, you also go to help. With so many meals, 2 of them can't get them back. Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment. Seeing Superintendent Huang looking at him seriously, he quickly reacted. Superintendent Huang told him to go and monitor Lu Jianming and Lin Qioping to prevent them from using public telephones and whispering. Okay, sir. Chen Ye immediately agreed. However, as soon as he left the post with his front foot, the middle-aged woman suddenly stood up and said, I will also go down and help. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye frowned. Superintendent Huang glanced at the middle-aged woman strangely, but didn't say anything, nodded and agreed. Then, originally 3 people went downstairs to buy food, but became 4 people. P.S. The 7th update is delivered, the old author's new book, absolutely cool text, 10 updates on the first day of publication, Gaikia collection, flowers, evaluation votes. Chapter 8 Your product, your fine product. 8 more, Chapter 10. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Just now Superintendent Huang also said that if he didn't know the delivery location, he would send someone to squat on guard. The most important thing is that this order was issued after inspecting Lu Jianming, which means your product. You fine product. What are you doing in a daze? Seeing everyone startled, Superintendent Huang shouted. Many police officers moved immediately. Downstairs. The middle-aged woman quietly came to Chen Ye's side and asked unwillingly, hey, how much money will it cost before you are willing to let me form an alliance? It's not a question of money, but I never thought about forming an alliance. You. The middle-aged woman looked very angry, and suddenly changed her conversation and asked, how did you know that Lu Jianming is a ghost? Chen Ye looked at the middle-aged woman with idiot eyes. Do you think I will tell you? I know you won't tell me easily, but I can pay for all the information you know. As long as you agree, I promise not to mess with this mission. Anyway, if you clear it once, you won't be able to come in again. It's a waste to keep the information in your hands, it's better to sell it to me. A copy of the world can't come in again if you clear it once? This is the first time Chen Ye knows that there are rules in the reincarnation space. If this is the case, it is really useless to keep the information in his hands, and it is not impossible to sell the strategy. After thinking about it, Chen Ye Dao, okay, when I go back, I will sell it to you again. The price is 10 million, no counter offer, and I only need cash and don't accept transfers. Direct bank transfer will leave a record. No matter how clever Chen Ye's methods are, there is still a risk of being identified. Therefore, it is safer to have cash. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman bargained and said, 10 million? This is impossible. Don't you know that in each world copy, only the person who passes through the first pass will be rewarded with 100%? Those who come in the second time, even for completing the task, no matter how high the score is, the reward is only half. Of course Chen Ye knew this. But so what? 10 million, no price. If you don't agree, then forget it. Don't go too far, be careful that I make trouble so that you can't complete the task. Troubleshooting? Superintendent Huang only believes in me now, you can try. Death in the dungeon world is equal to real death, don't you know that? Hearing Chen Ye's threat, the middle-aged woman was so angry, you. The two were arguing at the back, and Lin Qioping, who was walking in the front, suddenly shouted, hey, what are you two rubbing in the back? Come and help. Coming. Chen Ye stopped paying attention to the middle-aged woman and strode over. Boss, here are 30 pork chop meals, pack them and take them away. At the entrance of the small restaurant, the boss immediately became happy when he heard Lu Jianming's words. 30 copies at once is a big deal for his small shop. Okay, sir, wait a minute, you'll be fine soon. The middle-aged woman chased from behind, came behind Chen Ye, and whispered quietly, 10 million. I promised. The voice gritted his teeth, full of resentment. Chen Ye smiled upon hearing the words. At this time, Lu Jianming at the entrance of the store suddenly said, "Ab, Amin, you are waiting here, I'll call home." Okay head, you go. Lin Qioping agreed very simply. Chen Ye was not so easy to talk. And many more. Chen Ye stopped Lu Jianming and said indifferently, Lu sir, during the confidential mission, no one is allowed to talk privately. You don't know this, do you? Lu Jianming looked at Chen Ye who stopped him, very surprised. Aiming, what are you doing? Lin Qioping was furious when he saw this, Sir Lu is your chief. Even the chief dared to stop him. Who taught you to be so unruly? While talking, Lin Qioping wanted to rush over, pushing Chen Ye away. Lu Jianming stretched out his hand to stop Lin Qioping, looked at Chen Ye deeply, and asked, Aiming, Superintendent Huang wants you to monitor me. Chen Ye did not admit it, and said seriously, Sir Lu, haven't you always wanted to be a good person? Right now is a good opportunity to get rid of Han Chen. Even if this matter involves you, you will not be taken seriously by your past credits. Sentence. I can guarantee that Superintendent Huang will intercede with the judge and treat you lightly. Hearing these words, Lu Jianming was stunned and looked at Chen Ye in disbelief. How does this guy know what he thinks in his heart? Later, Lu Jianming also seriously considered Chen Ye's suggestion. When Lin Qioping next to him saw this, he was a little anxious. Chapter 11. However, before he could do anything, Chen Ye questioned, Lin Qioping. Now Sir Lu has a suspicion. As a policeman, what should you do without me reminding you? When Lin Qioping heard the words, the kick he had just stepped out immediately took it back. Yup. His current identity is also a policeman. If he took the initiative to help Lu Jianming call, wouldn't it expose his identity as a ghost? Aiming, he has always taken good care of us. He just wants to call home. Doesn't it need to be so unkind? Lin Qioping said. This guy is not a fool either, he speaks personally. Lin Qioping, you better think clearly. Chen Ye sneered, this matter can be big or small. Don't make me embarrassed. If Superintendent Huang knew your behavior, what would he think of you? At this moment, if Lin Qioping had a gun, he really wanted to kill Chen Ye with a single shot. It is a pity that the detectives of the intelligence section can only apply for guns when they go out to perform special official duties. Now Lin Qioping didn't even have a bullet on him. Okay, Abi, Amin, stop arguing, I'm not going anywhere. Lu Jianming sighed and looked lonely. P.S. The 8th update is delivered, the old author's new book, absolutely cool text, 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 9 Arresting Han Chen. 9 changes, Shuangwen for collection, The other side. In the room on the 3rd floor of the building, Han Chen suddenly felt a little uneasy about the transaction tonight. He always felt that something was missing. Correct. After Lu Jianming made a phone call and gave the secret code, he never revealed any police actions. This is obviously abnormal. Thinking of this, Han Chen frowned deeply. At this time, Chen Yongren opened his mouth and said, Brother Chen, the Dai countryman is here. Oh, bring them in. After a while, several Dai countrymen walked into the room. Brother Chen, long time no see, are you okay? Haha, brother, you are finally here. Han Chen suppressed the anxiety in his heart, put on a smile, and embraced the Dai elders headed by him warmly and greeted each other. The two of them were polite and began to look at the goods. The so-called goods are naturally fans. The elder Dai brought samples, and after Chen Yongren's inspection, they were determined to be the top products on the market. Brother Chen, AA+. Chen Yongren gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, Han Chen's eyes lighted up. Because the Dai country guy brought a lot of goods this time, with a total value of tens of millions. If he can eat these top-notch goods, he will not only get tens of millions of profits, but also occupy more markets. Interests moving. Thinking of this, the anxiety in Han Chen's heart was instantly suppressed. For this horse, it is worth his risk. Make a deal. Han Chen yelled, and tightly held the hand of the Dai countryman. When the undercover agent Chen Yongren saw this scene, he quietly moved his finger and used Morse code to inform Superintendent Huang. In the office, when Superintendent Huang received the news, he was shocked. All units pay attention, the target is ready to trade, and when the transaction starts, immediately arrest people. Time passed by every minute and every second. Long Bath Beach. A smuggled ship sailed to the remote shore. It is Li Qiang and Dlu who are in charge of receiving the goods. The boat is coming. Shaiqiang just took a large bag of goods from the ship and loaded it into the car. In the woods next to him, countless police officers rushed out. Don't move. Oh, it's a note, hurry up. Dlu shouted, got into the car quickly, and started the car directly. Unfortunately, the police had already prepared and strewn nails on the road. Chapter 12. Report to Huang Sir. The arrest of Long Bathing Beach went smoothly, and the stolen goods were obtained. Urban area. In the office. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Superintendent Huang could no longer control him and shouted okay. Afterwards, Superintendent Huang took out the walkie-talkie and ordered. Group B closes the net, don't let the sparrow run away. A pair of police officers who had been in ambush in the building a long time ago received the order and immediately rushed into the room where Han Chen was. Don't move. Don't move all. Everyone immediately hugged their heads with both hands and squat down. Suddenly, the whole room was in chaos. Among them, the Reincarnation nicknamed Crow was shocked at the moment. Because it is not the first time he has come to this dungeon world. He remembered very clearly that in this confrontation between the police and the robber in the plot, the two sides were considered to be a tie, which was nothing but a surprise. Why does the police action look a bit different this time? Although shocked in his heart, the crow reacted very quickly and lay down on the ground honestly. Anyway, the failure of the mission is only a deduction of reincarnation points, and he will fight the police when his brain is broken. In the room, only Han Chen could still maintain a calm look. But as long as you pay attention, you can see the panic in his eyes. Lu Jianming did not pass any news, and there was no news from Sheiqiang and Dlu who went to Long Bathing Beach. Obviously, something big happened. The meal is here, it's ready. When Chen Ye and others came to the office upstairs carrying large bags of lunch, they suddenly found that the office was beaming. Everyone has a happy smile on their faces. Why are you so happy? People caught it. Lu Jianming pretended to be relaxed and asked with a smile. Yes. A police officer exclaimed in excitement, the action was very smooth, and the people got the money. Han Chen is dead this time. Hearing this, Lu Jianming's face was obviously pale. Lin Qioping was also faintly disturbed. Amen. Superintendent Huang came to Chen Ye's side, patted Chen Ye on the shoulder, and solemnly said, "This operation can be so smooth. Your message has done a great job. I will ask the headquarters for your credit." It can be seen that Superintendent Huang is very happy, with a smile on his face. After speaking, Superintendent Huang came to Lu Jianming and Lin Qioping again. "Inspector Lu Jianming, Agent Lin Qioping, please hand over your police certificate." As soon as the voice fell, the temporary office was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. It is no small matter to confiscate the police officer's ID. Smart people, who already understood what was going on, cast a disdainful look at the two of them. Lu Jianming sighed, and without any struggle or excuse, he took out his credentials. Lin Qioping was unwilling to just admit it. He looked at Superintendent Huang in disbelief, and asked, "Sir, did you make a mistake? What's wrong with me? Are there any questions? Go and talk to the judge." Seeing Lin Qioping's non-cooperation, Superintendent Huang waved his hand, and two police officers rushed up and suppressed Lin Qioping. "What crime did I commit? What evidence do you have to arrest me?" The sudden attack on his own people made many people feel unbelievable and at a loss. No one spoke in the office, only Lin Qioping was yelling. Superintendent Huang didn't pay attention to Lin Qioping, but put his arms around Chen Ye's shoulders. "Amen, come with me." The two walked to the balcony, and Superintendent Huang asked, "Aiming, although I believe you very much, it is best to have direct evidence to prove that they are colluding with Han Chen. Can you do anything?" Chen Ye understood what Superintendent Huang meant, and thought for a while and said, "Han Chen is a man of suspicious nature. No one will easily believe that he can let Inspector Liu work for him. He must have Inspector Liu's handle in his hand. Huang Superintendent, you can send someone to search Han Chen's office." In the original plot, Han Chen hid all the handles of the inner ghost in the office. P.S. The 9th is sent, and the 10th is at 2:20. The old author's new book is absolutely cool, and it will be updated on the first day of publication. Gaikia collection, flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 10 mission completed, super evaluation, 10 more. Superintendent Wang's eyes lit up when he heard the words. "That's right. Amen, your mind is turning really fast." Superintendent Huang said with a smile, and then looked at Chen Ye admiringly, "How is it? Are you interested in coming to work on my side?" Chapter 13. Chen Ye has no talent in this area at all. He can perform so outstandingly because he knows the plot. In the original plot, every time Han Chen met Lu Jianming, he would secretly record and hide in his office. Chen Ye remembered this, so he could give his ideas quickly. Facing the invitation of Superintendent Huang, Chen Ye thought for a while and said, "Sir Huang, can you let me think about it for 2 days? 2 days later, he had run away long ago. No problem. Superintendent Huang chuckled. Next. Things become much simpler. With the stolen goods, Han Chen was also unable to quibble, and was arrested into the police station along with his accomplices. Later, Superintendent Huang sent someone to find many tapes in Han Chen's office. These tapes were secretly recorded when Han Chen was in contact with the inner ghost. It is a strong evidence of collusion between the two parties. The evidence is conclusive and sufficient to prove the crimes of Lu Jianming and Lin Qioping. Except for the two of them, even the inner ghosts in the police teams of the other substations were all swept away. It can be said that this action is particularly perfect. Chen Ye also took the lead in completing this task. Ding! Samsara Sura, complete mission. In the world of infernal affairs. Including Chen Ye, all 6 reincarnations heard this prompt. Everyone's expression changed. Chen Ye is joy. Others have ugly faces. Everyone is in a competitive relationship. Since Chen Ye took the lead in completing the task, it means that all of their tasks have failed. Next moment. Another prompt appears. Congratulations! Samsara, Shura, performed extremely well in the dungeon world infernal affairs. It took 7 hours and 06 minutes to capture 7 inner ghosts, overcompleted the dungeon task, and received a perfect evaluation, SSS. Super God! The second prompt sounded in the entire reincarnation space. Suddenly, on the square of the reincarnation space, all the reincarnations stood blankly on the spot, shocked. Super God Evaluation, SSS. This is the first time since the emergence of the reincarnation space, someone has received this honor. Countless reincarnations who heard the prompt boiled. Fuck, who is this Sura? How awesome is it? Awesome! This Azura boss is definitely a god-level figure. Oh my god, SSS level evaluation? A-level evaluations are as difficult as the sky, and someone brushes out an SSS level evaluation. Nima, it's the first time I heard someone get a super evaluation. Shura boss is awesome. A copy of Infernal Affairs? Fuck, I also did it once. In 3 days, I didn't find any clues. How did this Shura boss complete the task in 7 hours? 7 hours, caught 7 inner ghosts? Is this Nima man-made? Kneeling to Shura boss to come up with a strategy, I am willing to buy it at a high price. The space of reincarnation is extremely lively. Almost everyone is talking about the word Sura. Infernal Affairs World. Chen Ye didn't know that his nickname had already resounded throughout the space of reincarnation. Chen Ye was very surprised that he was able to get the SSS level super evaluation. But when I think about it, I take it for granted. First of all, the task time requirement is within 72 hours. However, Chen Ye only spent more than 7 hours, which was a full 10 times shorter in terms of time. Second, the requirement of the task is that only one inner ghost needs to be found. Superintendent Huang was reminded by Chen Ye. In Han Chen's office, he found a full number of tapes related to 7 inner ghosts. Except for Lu Jianming and Lin Qioping, other police insiders were found. Thirdly, the operation was so smooth that Chen Ye revealed the news ahead of time, which is definitely a great contribution. Even if the police did not recognize it, the reincarnation system was extremely fair and tacitly acquiesced in the importance of Chen Ye. Under various factors. Chapter 14. Samsara Points, 10,000 points. Spirit plus 10. Skill, Disguise, Mastery, Dot. Dungeon cooldown time refresh card, has been placed in your personal warehouse, Dot. Please note, this world is no longer open to you. Please note, you can stay in this world for 60 minutes. After 60 minutes, all reincarnations will be forced to appear. After listening to the system prompts, Chen Ye was stunned. Is this all gone? Super God level evaluation, Just such a reward? Chen Ye was a little disappointed. He didn't know, 10,000 points of reincarnation, what a huge fortune. In addition, this is the SSS super evaluation of the copy of the safe zone, there is no life threatening, and the benefits are naturally not as good as the copy of the reincarnation tower. If you are in the Samsara tower and get the SSS rating, then the rewards will be much richer. Hey! Are there many rewards for the evaluation of the SSS Super God level mission? I don't know when, the middle-aged woman came to Chen Ye's side. At this moment, the eyes of the middle-aged woman looking at Chen Ye are all red. Envy, jealousy, hate. Not much, the super evaluation of the safe zone, how many rewards do you think you can get? Chen Ye smiled. Humph. The middle-aged woman obviously didn't believe it, she snorted softly, and then said, the mission has been completed, let's leave, don't forget that you still have a deal with me. Originally, letting a middle-aged woman spend 10 million to buy the strategy, she still felt very disadvantaged. I don't think so now. A SSS grade super evaluation strategy can be brushed out, even if it is not the first brush, the reward is halved, and 10 million is very cost-effective. Deal? I suddenly felt that the price of 10 million is a bit inappropriate. Chen Ye said suddenly. P.S. The 10th update is delivered, and the 10th update is over. Do you want me to continue to explode? Save the manuscript of this book with 100,000 words, and ask for collection, flowers, and evaluation votes. Chapter 11 Shameless Chen Ye, sit on the floor and start the price, 11th more, Hear what Chen Ye said. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened suddenly. You, what do you mean? Chen Ye smiled and said, I can get the copy information of the super level evaluation. Believe me that I bid 20 million. Some people are rushing to ask for it. What do you think? You. The middle-aged woman wanted to scold Chen Ye for being shameless. She gritted her teeth and said, well, 20 million, I promise you. But you must also promise me that within a month, you can't sell it to another person. The rule of the reincarnation space is that you can only refresh the copy once a month, regardless of success or failure. The middle-aged woman and Chen Ye went through the task this time. Unfortunately, the task failed. She wants to make a copy again, she has to wait a month later. It is good. Chen Ye agreed very happily and was in a good mood. Suddenly there was an increase of 20 million, and everyone was in a good mood. At the same time, Chen Ye had to sigh, this reincarnation incarnate as a middle-aged woman, the family is really rich. Well, I am waiting for you in the reincarnation space, you come out quickly. The middle-aged woman said return silently in her heart, and she disappeared out of thin air. Chen Ye didn't leave immediately because he still had one thing left to do. He promised Lu Jianming that he would let Superintendent Huang intercede for him, and asked the judge to take it lightly. Although this is only a dungeon world, in Chen Ye's eyes, they are all real people, so it is better to keep their promises. Coming to the door of Superintendent Wang's office, Chen Ye took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Boom! 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 Come in. In the office, the voice of Superintendent Huang came. Chen Ye pushed the door in and found that there was a middle-aged man in the office besides Superintendent Huang. This middle-aged man was in his early 30s, but he looked very vicissitudes of life, unshaven, his eyes were very melancholy. Aiming, you just came here. Let me introduce you. This is Aaron and Chen Yongren. He is the undercover agent of the police. Now he has restored his identity as a police officer. You will be colleagues in the future. Chen Yongren took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Hello, Amin. Chen Ye then shook hands with Chen Yongren. Hello, Brother Ren, you are welcome to return to the police force. Hearing this, Chen Yongren smiled very happily. Chapter 15. Amin, Sir Huang still praised you, saying that you are very talented. Chen Ye smiled and said, Sir Huang has been awarded. Superintendent Huang also smiled and said, Amin, you are here just right, and there will be a celebration banquet later. You, a great hero, can't be absent. Chen Ye shook his head, Sir Huang, I won't attend the celebration banquet. I have something to ask you. Oh. Superintendent Huang asked curiously, what's the matter? It's about Inspector Lu Jianming. Huang sir. Actually, Inspector Lu Jianming also wants to be a real policeman, but he has the handle in Han Chen's hands and he can't help himself. I hope that Huang sir, you can intercede with the judge and inspect Lu Jianming able to be sentenced lightly. Superintendent Huang was silent for a moment, and then readily agreed, aiming, since you spoke, I will definitely give you this face, I promised this. But you must go to the celebration party. Sir Huang, if I can, I would also like to join you in the celebration banquet, but I really have something to do and can't go. Chen Ye refused again. Something? Let's do it, don't force you. Leaving Superintendent Wang's office, Chen Ye walked into the toilet, and then silently said return. Suddenly, his figure disappeared into the toilet out of thin air. When Chen Ye regained his sight, he found himself back on the square of the reincarnation space. He looked at the time on the square and was surprised to find that he had obviously been in the Infernal Affairs copy world for 7 or 8 hours, and only 1 hour had passed here. The speed of time loss in reincarnation space is consistent with the real world. In other words, the time between the copy world and the real world is very different in the rate of loss. According to the memory in his body, Chen Ye understood what was going on. No matter how long the samsaras stayed in the dungeon world, after they came out, it would always be an hour. In other words, even if there is a reincarnation who has been in the dungeon world for 10 years, he found out that the real world is still only 1 hour past. Amazing time elapsed ratio. No wonder, so many people believe that the space of reincarnation is the product of gods. Not a god, how could there be such a magical means? You have a new communication message. Ake invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Suddenly, an elf's reminder came in his ears, which made Chen Ye stunned. Open the video. Chen Ye gave instructions. Soon, in front of him, a holographic projection simulation video dialog box popped up. In the space of reincarnation, without the permission of the owner, all personal privacy cannot be seen by others. Therefore, whether Chen Ye is viewing his own attribute panel in the reincarnation space or video chatting with others, the reincarnations next to him are invisible, and he can only see him in a daze, talking to himself. Now, in the video dialogue, a masked girl appeared. The 11th update, the 12th update later, the old author's new book, absolutely cool, 10 updates on the first day of publication, begging for collection, flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 12 The Shura boss asks for help, 12 more, Sura, it's me. How do you plan to trade the strategy information for the copy of Infernal Affairs? Chen Ye looked at the masked girl who was nicknamed AK. The dress of the other party was very similar to his own. All masked people. In the reincarnation space, in order to hide the true identity, the shape can be made casually. But gender is not good. I said, I want a cash transaction. Chen Ye thought for a while, and then said, however, the 20 million cash is too big and inconvenient to carry, so let's change it to a gold bar worth 20 million. 20 million cash banknotes, put together, are so big that they can't fit in a single sack. If you change to a gold bar, there is not much, probably the size of a small box. No problem. But how can I give you the gold bars? The masked girl asked. This is indeed a problem. Face-to-face transaction? That reveals the true identity. Seeing Chen Ye's lingering silence, the masked girl said, if you believe me, you can tell me your delivery address and I will send it to you by express. After you receive the gold bars, you will come back to reincarnation space at night and tell me how about information about the copy world of infernal affairs. Not very good. Chen Ye refused without hesitation. Exposing the delivery address, even if a fake delivery address is used, is also risky. As long as you deliberately investigate and follow the vine, you can find him. Then you can only trade through the channel of reincarnation space. The masked girl said, however, the transaction fee in reincarnation space is very expensive, and it costs 30%. You have to pay this part of the money. Chen Ye's eyes lit up when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the reincarnation space can still trade items. This is the handling fee, it's really amazingly expensive, it's 30%. Chapter 16. Let's trade in the space of reincarnation. The handling fee is half of one person. Chen Ye. Masked girl. I have a MMP, I don't know if it should be said or not. Okay. Trade tomorrow night, goodbye. As soon as the voice fell, the masked girl hung up the video directly. Obviously out of anger. Chen Ye didn't mind, and closed the video interface. I just closed the communication with the masked girl, and immediately a new communication reminder came. You have a new communication message. The cat lover invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Chen Ye was taken aback and chose to accept it. Soon, a muscular man appeared in the video. Wow, you are the boss of Shura. When the muscular man saw Chen Ye, he exaggeratedly yelled. Are you? Chen Ye wondered. Boss, I'm a fan of yours. Just now you got the super evaluation of SSS. It's really awkward, sir, can you tell me about the dungeon strategy of infernal affairs? Cannot. Chen Ye refused mercilessly and hung up directly. How to reveal a copy of Infernal Affairs for free. Treat him as a fool. As soon as I hung up, there was a new communication prompt. You have a new communication message. Sikadir invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Chen Ye connected, a girl with the image of a cute girl appeared in the video. Hello Shura, I want a copy of Infernal Affairs. Although I have no money, I am very beautiful. As long as you are willing to give it to me, I can stay with you for a month. During this period, you want to I can do anything. Chen Ye, who was full of black lines, hung up the girl's video call. Hang up again, and then another communication prompt comes. There seemed to be countless people lining up to talk to him on video. Chen Ye was annoyed, and directly ordered the reincarnation system, except for the communication request of Ake, I don't want to receive any communication request from anyone for the time being. Okay, this will be intercepted for you. With the interception of the reincarnation system, Chen Ye finally stopped. Reincarnation system. Every reincarnation can be used in the reincarnation space, just like artificial intelligence. After quieting down, Chen Ye began to deal with the reward he received this time. For this mission, Chen Ye received a total of 4 rewards. Reincarnation points, 10,000 points. Spirit attribute plus 10. Skills, camouflage, mastery. The cooldown time of a copy is refresh card. The receipt is actually very rich. If the task evaluation is below the S level, the rewards are only a single reincarnation point, and there are few. Chen Ye received 4 awards this time, and there are already many. Spirit attributes and camouflage skills are automatically added. At present, Chen Ye needs to deal with only the reincarnation points and the copy cooling refresh card. In fact, the award that satisfies Chen Ye the most is the copy cooling refresh card. After using this card, he doesn't need to wait another month, he can continue to brush the Dungeon World mission immediately, freb novo. Chen Ye first deals with reincarnation points. The effect of reincarnation points is very large, almost equivalent to the hard currency of reincarnation space. It can buy some props and medicines in the reincarnation mall, and if you are lucky, you can also buy some special skills. If you swipe a copy in the safe zone, if the mission fails, you also need to be fined for reincarnation points. In addition to purchasing items and reincarnation points, you can also upgrade your skill proficiency. Of course, the biggest effect of reincarnation points is the exchange potential. 300 reincarnation points can be exchanged for a little potential. Chen Ye thought for a while, spent 6,000 points, exchanged 20 points of potential, and added them to strength and agility. There are 4,000 reincarnation points left, which is reserved for future use. The 12th update arrives, and the 13th update later. Chapter 17. When Chen Yuan added 20 potential points. FEWNL. I immediately felt that my strength had more than doubled, and his body had become lighter. At the same time, a burning tingling sensation came from his arm, which seemed to be burned by the fire. Chen Ye looked towards his arm and found that an E symbol appeared in the middle of the full moon tattoo. Name, Shura. Reincarnation number, C area, 90,086. Physique, 12. Spirit, 24. Strength, 25. Agility, 15. Distributable potential, 0. Skills, English, proficient, driving, beginner, shooting, proficient, camouflage, proficient. Fighting skills, none. Ability, none. Reincarnation points, 4,122. Comprehensive evaluation, E. Seeing that his comprehensive evaluation on the attribute panel had become E, Chen Ye's eyes brightened. Now, if he goes out to look for a job, he can find a job with a very good income as long as he shows the E symbol in the middle of the full moon on his arm. In addition, although the evaluation level given by the reincarnation system looks the same as a tattoo, it is actually well distinguished from a tattoo. For example, the E level symbol on Chen Ye's arm now, as long as you look carefully, you can see that there is a faint red light flowing. If you want to use a tattoo to fake it, as long as you are not a fool, you will not be fooled. Chen Ye now has an intuitive understanding of the importance of reincarnation points. No wonder that masked girl named AK, for the strategy in his hands, even willing to pay 20 million. Even if the reward is halved, as long as the SSS rating is brushed out, there will be 5,000 reincarnation points. Pity. Chen Ye cannot enter the copy world of infernal affairs again. Otherwise, he would definitely not sell raiders. Afterwards, Chen Ye took out the copy cooling refresh card from the personal warehouse. Personal warehouse. It is a private space with an area of approximately 100 cubic meters. Every reincarnation has. Of course, it can only be used in the reincarnation space, and can only store things produced in the reincarnation space. In the case of non-trading, no reincarnation can bring the things in reality into the space of reincarnation. Even if it is a transaction, the item will be excluded immediately after the transaction is over. Looking at the card in his hand, Chen Ye thought for a while, but still didn't use it. In fact, it's still early today, and there are still several hours before the reincarnation space closes, enough for him to brush another dungeon world. Chen Ye's consideration was that he had just experienced the copy world of infernal affairs and was mentally exhausted and in poor condition. With his current state, it is undoubtedly unwise to clean up the dungeon world. To be safe, Chen Ye chose to rest. After strolling in the reincarnation space for a while, Chen Ye left the reincarnation space in advance and returned to the real world. Real world. Still in Chen Ye's room. The time is 3:11 in the morning. There were still a few hours before dawn, and Chen Ye chose to sleep. Moon Bay Community. In the entire Jinan city, it is also the top community. Those who can live here are either rich or expensive. Not long after Chen Ye fell asleep, a young girl appeared out of thin air in a room in a villa in Moon Bay. The girl was about 18 years old, wearing a short one-piece dress, perfectly showing her straight and slender legs. A pretty face, with delicate features, fair skin, large black and bright eyes, covered with long eyelashes, a three-dimensional nose, a small mouth, and an extremely beautiful look. She is the masked girl Lake in the reincarnation space, who has just returned from the reincarnation space. Sura. The girl seemed to gritted her teeth when she said the name. Then, the girl picked up the phone on the table and dialed a call. Chapter 18. Girl. Don't mention the copy, we are still good fathers and daughters. Dad, I need a sum of money, 20 million. Can you tell Dad, what are you going to do with this money? The girl calmly said, someone was in the reincarnation space tonight and got the evaluation of the SSS super mission. I contacted him and prepared to buy his strategy. Who is this person? Can he get such a high evaluation? It is unprecedented. The voice on the other end of the phone was shocked, and then said, the strategy of buying him for 20 million is not expensive. My dear daughter, you did the right thing. I'll transfer it to you right away. By the way, Dad, do you know a friend who sells gold? The other party wants to trade in the space of reincarnation and wants gold worth 20 million. You know. Just right, Dad's business has been discussed, and he will be back at dawn. My dear daughter, if you are not in such a hurry, wait until Dad comes back to help you handle it. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back. The 13th cent. This update is considered awesome, right? And I have a lot of words in each chapter, unlike others who have a chapter with 1000 words. For the sake of my desperation, is it okay to ask the big guys for a wave of support? Gaikita for a reward, even $1. Chapter 14 The name of Shura, all over the internet, 14 more, Early morning. As soon as Chen Ye finished washing, the door was opened. A shaggy middle-aged man walked in. In the middle-aged man's hand, he was holding some early. Seeing Chen Ye, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Oh, how can I be conscious today? There is progress. I have breakfast on the table, and I will go to school after eating." "Okay, I get it." Chen Ye agreed and kept looking at the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is naturally his current father, Chen Yuping. Father Chen was actually in his early 40s, but because of the pressure of life, he often went to night shifts, turned upside down day and night, and affected his body, so he looked older than his actual age. This is a respectable man. As far as Chen Ye knows, the mother of this body was strangely missing after giving birth to Chen Ye and could never be found again. It was Father Chen alone, peeing and pulling Chen Ye up. Noting Chen Ye's gaze, Chen's father asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No, it's getting late, I'm going to school." Abandoning these words, Chen Ye brought early, left the house directly, and hurried to school. School. As soon as Chen Ye entered the classroom, he was surprised to find that everyone was talking about the name Sura. Xiao Chao, someone in the reincarnation space made a super god level evaluation of the SSS last night. Is it true? Well, it's true. I was in the reincarnation space last night and heard the reminder of the reincarnation system. Fuck, this big guy is really awesome, I don't know where it is sacred. I heard that it is a great nickname Sura, it's amazing. Of course I know the nickname. I want to know the true identity of this big boss. I really want to worship him as a face mask. I have seen the appearance of this Azura god. He is a masked assassin. He definitely doesn't want to reveal his true identity. Apart from his gender, he can change his appearance at will in the reincarnation space, so at present there is only one thing that can be certain, the opponent is a man. SSS grade super evaluation, unprecedented. And it's a very difficult copy of Infernal Affairs. Look at the phone, this matter is on the Yangma News, and the internet is also discussing this great god. Fuck, look at the Reincarnation forum. Someone bids 30 million yuan and wants to buy the guide in the hands of the Shura. A local tyrant is rich and willful. But if I have money, I want to buy it too. Listening to the comments from the classmates in his ear, Chen Ye's face was calm, but his heart was actually a little flustered. If this is discovered by someone, he is Sura, so what? Fortunately, the former owner of this body did not have any brain damage, and told him his identity in the reincarnation space. Otherwise, what happened last night would definitely bring him endless trouble. Then, Chen Ye also took out his mobile phone and started surfing the internet. Sure enough, as those students said, the internet is full of the name Sura. There is no hot search in this world, otherwise, the name Sura must be number 1 in the hot search list at the moment. Subsequently, Chen Ye searched the Reincarnation Forum. Reincarnation Forum. It was a large-scale online forum established by the official organization after the emergence of the reincarnation space. It gathered a large number of netizens and discussed topics related to the reincarnation space. It was also one of the favorite websites for countless reincarnations in China. Opening the Reincarnation Forum, Chen Ye immediately saw a post with many replies. 30 million buying Azura Great God's strategy for a copy of Infernal Affairs. I am willing to bid 30 million for the first-hand information on the copy of Shura God's clearance Infernal Affairs. If Shura God intends to sell it, please contact me in Reincarnation Space. My ID is 9 Frontiers. The post was posted anonymously, and the following are replies from some netizens. Fuck, local tyrant, 30 million say you take it. Chapter 19. As far as I can see, among the 127th bidders, the original poster is the first. Borrowing building, Brother Shura, I am the top beauty. If you are not short of money, you can consider selling the guide to me. I am willing to sell myself. Upstairs, there is no picture and no truth. Seeing this post, Chen Ye frowned. 30 million? Looks like a loss? But Chen Ye didn't care too much. If you lose a point, you will lose a point. Compared with the poster of this post, the words of the masked girl Ake are more worthy of trust. Besides, this bid of 30 million may be a trap. As a man, Chen Ye is not greedy. The last word is to accept it when you see it. P.S. The 14th change is coming, and the 15th change is coming soon, please give me a reward. I think the 18th change, a $1 reward will do. Chapter 15 Charlotte Annoyance School Flowers, 15 more, Noon. The school bell rang, and the students rushed to the cafeteria in 2s and 3s. Old Chen. A little fat man sitting in the back row of Chen Ye patted Chen Ye on the shoulder and said, "Go, I will treat you at noon." The fat man's name was Zhang Tao, and he was one of the few friends of this body. Chen Ye smiled and asked, "So lavish? Are you making a fortune?" "Hey hey!" Zhang Tao said with a smile, "I made a copy last night and got a C rating. There are 300 points as a reward. My dad was happy and gave me 1,000 yuan." Only then did Chen Ye understand that this guy's invitation to dinner was fake, and showing off was the main purpose. He was very cooperative, pretending to be surprised, and asked, "Newbie, you kid, what kind of copy is it?" "Haha, it's Charlotte Annoyance, old Chen, do you want a strategy? Call brother to listen, and I will tell you the strategy." Zhang Tao said triumphantly. Chen Yehao was unmoved and stood up directly, "Didn't you say you want to invite me to dinner? Let's go." The copy of Charlotte troubles Chen Ye knows 1 or 2. The main mission is prestige, which has been ruined by others. Chen Ye is not interested in it at all. "Oh, Lao Chen, are you so hard-hearted? I think how long you can pretend. In short, if you want a strategy, I will never give it to you if you don't call me brother." The little fat man Zhang Tao said loudly while following Chen Ye. This guy deliberately said loudly, just to attract the attention of other students in the classroom. Typical teenagers love to show their hearts. Chen Ye didn't bother to pay attention to him, and asked, "What do you want me to eat?" Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and said, "A good meal today, go to Delhi restaurant." Delhi restaurant. It is the best restaurant near the school. Not only does it taste good, but the environment inside is also very good. Of course, the price is not cheap. Generally rich students like to eat here. Today Zhang Tao was obviously bleeding in order to pretend to be forceful in front of Chen Ye. However, Chen Ye is not a person who likes to take advantage of others. He intends to wait for the 20 million gold bars to arrive, and then he will invite the little fat man back once into the restaurant. The two men found a small table and sat down, and then the little fat man ordered at least 300 or 400 dishes in one go. It is estimated that he is also greedy. Business in the restaurant is very good, with a lot of guests. Many of them are nearby students. Fuck, Wen Xiahua is here too. Suddenly, Zhang Tao exclaimed and quickly reminded Chen Ye, "Old Chen, look at the door." Looking in the direction indicated by the little fat man, Chen Ye saw a few girls and walked into the restaurant. These girls are wearing school uniforms of the same style as him. Obviously everyone belongs to the same school. Among them, there is a young girl who looks very beautiful, white and beautiful, and has long legs, and her body is full of youthful breath. According to the memory in his body, Chen Ye knew that this young girl was the school flower of their school, Wen Xing'ai. Chen Ye just glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze. It's just a little girl, even if she is very beautiful, she doesn't have much temptation to him. Fatty Zhang Tao just looked at it a second time, and then stopped. Like the kind of people who can't walk when they see beautiful women, they rarely appear in reality. Chapter 20. That's a shame. The little fat man said, then suddenly said, "Old Chen, in fact, there is a schoolgirl in this copy of Charlotte Annoyance. Although it looks not as good as our warm schoolgirl, the figure is definitely strong enough. Unfortunately, that girl likes it. Talented people are not easy to handle." Hearing this, Chen Ye moved in his heart. He remembers the plot of Charlotte's Annoyance, and of course he knows how the protagonist manages that schoolgirl. If he goes, he is extremely sure that he will be able to let that schoolgirl give him a hug. However, Chen Ye just thinks about it. He is not so boring, really, for a woman, wasting a chance to brush a copy. Yes, Chen Ye is a straight man of steel. Zhang Tao suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, "I heard someone say before that our fellow Li Jing, in the copy world of Charlotte Annoyance, had obtained the school flower. I don't know if it is true." Fake. After speaking, this guy still showed a look of envy and jealousy. Chen Ye was speechless when he heard the words, and sighed that these young people were really energetic. Although he is still a teenager physically, he is already mature in his mental age. It didn't take long. The food came quickly. With delicious meals, Zhang Tao's mouth was immediately blocked. This guy ate his mouthfuls, and within a few moments, a few dishes reached the bottom. "Old Chen, are you full? Not enough to order another one?" "Full." Chen Ye smiled and stood up and said, "I'll go to the bathroom, you will wait for me to leave." "Okay, you go." Zhang Tao took out his mobile phone and started surfing the internet. There are also many head-down races in this world. Chen Ye came out of the men's bathroom and was washing his hands. By coincidence, he heard a girl calling outside the bathroom door. "Dad, when can you come back? I have to trade tonight. The gold bars must be prepared in advance." Yes, don't take them, I have eaten with my classmates, and 20 million gold bars it may not be enough. I have to bear half of the handling fee, about 23.5 million yuan. Okay, then I will wait for you at school." Chen Ye's heart jumped when she heard what the girl said on the phone. Subsequently, he pretended that nothing happened, came out of the bathroom with a natural attitude, and saw the girl who called. The 15th is delivered, thank you for the big rewards, especially the big rewards from the Sponge Baby guys, thank you very much. Let's not play vain, let's go on 18th. This is the 15th change, and the 16th is later. Chapter 16 Warning from the official, 16th more, Wenzing II. The girl who called, turned out to be the warm school girl. And, according to the content revealed by the other party, it is obvious that she is the masked girl in the reincarnation space. Chen Ye never expected that the masked girl he traded with him turned out to be his schoolmate. This is a coincidence. With emotion in his heart, Chen Ye's face was still calm, and he passed Wenzing II. Back to the table. Chen Ye asked, Fatty, how much do you know about Wenzing II? Hearing this, Zhang Tao was taken aback, raised his head in surprise, then looked at Chen Ye maliciously, shook his head and smiled, What's the matter, old Chen? Do you still want to pay attention to Wenzai Hua? I advise you to give up. Last time that guy Cao Bin got a super sports car team to confess to Wenzai Hua. They were ruthlessly rejected by Wenzai Hua. Do you think you have a chance? Chen Ye was speechless and said, I didn't pay attention to her. I just wanted to ask you, is her family rich? No, Lao Chen, you didn't even know the details of Wenzai Hua, so you wanted to pursue her? She is the daughter of a rich man. Does Angkeng Real Estate in this city know? Chairman Wen Chenggong is her Lao Zi. When the fat man said this, he persuaded with all his heart, Old Chen, it's a good thing to have a vision, but knowing that it's impossible, it's irrational to have moths to fight the fire. Listen to your brother's advice and change your goal. Okay, it's up to you. Chen Ye was too lazy to explain, stood up and said, if you are full, let's withdraw. Wait, I'll pay the bill, and I will invite you, don't fight with me. No one is fighting with you. Damn, will you die if you are polite? After lunch, the two came to school and started a normal student's daily routine, class. However, Chen Ye didn't think twice about listening to the lecture. At this moment, he is already thinking about what copy to go to tonight. FAWEBOLOM. He has a dungeon cooling and refreshing card, he doesn't need to wait for a month, he can refresh the copy immediately after using it. After thinking about it all afternoon, Chen Ye decided to go to the Tower of Reincarnation tonight. Reincarnation Tower. Chapter 21. Moreover, if the missions issued by the reincarnation system in the dungeon world in the Reincarnation Tower are not completed, they will be directly erased, that is, death. It can be said that to break into the Tower of Reincarnation, you must be prepared for death. For others, going to the Tower of Reincarnation is almost a life of 9 deaths. But for Chen Ye, it's not necessarily. Because he knows the plot. This is Chen Ye's greatest advantage. When the bell rang at the end of get out of class, Chen Ye refused Zhang Tao's suggestion to invite him to the internet cafe and returned home directly. Father Chen is on the night shift again tonight, and there is no one at home. Chen Ye made some food for himself, then returned to the room, turned on the computer, and logged into the Samsara forum. Up to this moment, in the Samsara forum, there are still legends about Sura. Even people who want to buy a copy of Infernal Affairs have already sold the price to 40 million. Seeing such prices, Chen Ye was not tempted. It's safest to accept it when you see it. Afterwards, Chen Ye stopped paying attention to these and began to search for some information about the Samsara Tower. As the largest reincarnation space forum in China, there is of course a lot of information related to the Reincarnation Tower in the Reincarnation Forum. Even the official has released an authoritative guide. With a curious attitude, Chen Ye clicked on the official guide. Warning, regarding the Samsara Tower, this is an extremely dangerous place and it is easy to die. The first level copy world of the Samsara Tower is called Zombie World War. All humans in this world have become terrifying zombies. They move quickly, are powerful, and very dangerous. As long as you scratch you will also be infected with the virus. You may become one of them in just 10 seconds. Whether you become a zombie or get killed directly, you will stay in that world forever. The task given to us by the system is to hunt at least 10 zombies and survive for 10 hours in such a dangerous world. Remind again, this mission is extremely dangerous, because those zombies are particularly sensitive to voices. It is very possible that you killed a zombie and attracted a large group of zombies. Official suggestion: those with lofty ideals who want to break into the first floor of the Reincarnation Tower should first collect enough points in the safe area and increase their agility to 25 points or more. Only in this way can you escape under the hunt of zombies. After entering the dungeon world, the system will give you half an hour of preparation time. It is recommended that you find a commanding height that is easy to defend and difficult to attack during this half hour. As long as you can persist for 10 hours under the siege of zombies, and kill 10 zombies, then congratulations, you have passed the level. The system will send you back and give you a lot of rewards. Friendly reminder: please don't be afraid of injury. The dungeon of the Samsara Tower is different from the dungeon in the safe area. In the dungeon of the Samsara Tower, as long as you can survive the mission, no matter how serious the injury or negative state is, the system will immediately clear, let you return to the healthiest state. Important note: in 10 hours, the more zombies you kill, the higher the evaluation will be after the mission is over. Of course, killing zombies is very dangerous. Please do according to your ability. 16th cent. In addition, I recommend everyone to watch the movie Zombie World War, which was released in 2013, starring Brad Pitt. It is very exciting, fast-paced, and very interesting. Chapter 17 Shura, I am very honest in my life, 17 more, P.S. Sorry, this number is not enough, and the book review area cannot reply, but the review authors in the book review area have always read it. For everyone's questions, I will open a leaflet to answer collectively later. P.S. I solemnly remind you big readers that the world of copies I wrote is relatively easy to understand. Even if you haven't read the original, it will not affect the reading sense at all. After reading the official guide, Chen Ye's eyes suddenly brightened. It's not how good this strategy is, but the first instance of the world of Reincarnation Tower that it introduces. Zombie World War. Chen Ye shouldn't be too familiar with this world. Because in the previous life Earth, this movie is one of his favorite doomsday movies. He remembered all the plots in it clearly. In addition, what the raiders said is correct, the zombies inside, indeed seem to be very powerful. They move quickly and have fierce strength, and are much stronger than normal humans in all aspects. But these zombies actually have a fatal weakness. As long as you master this weakness, even if you are besieged by zombies, you can still be safe and sound. It can even kill zombies like slaughtering chickens. Obviously, everyone in the world is unaware of this weakness. Currently only Chen Ye knows. Since it is the world of Zombie World War, I am 80% sure that I can complete the task with good luck, and maybe I can get another super high evaluation. Chen Ye muttered to himself, then his eyes became firm. Tonight, he is going to the Samsara Tower. After making a decision, Chen Ye turned off the computer, lay on the bed and rested, closing his eyes and rested. Zombie World War is indeed full of dangers. Even if he knows the plot, he must go all out and face it in the best state. There is no need to read other strategies on the internet. It's not Chen Ye's arrogance, but because no one in the world knows this copy world better than him. 12 o'clock late at night. When the alarm clock rang, Chen Ye opened his eyes instantly. Chapter 22. After a few seconds, he disappeared from the room. Reincarnation space. Sura, incarnation of Chen Ye, once again appeared on the reincarnation square. Not long after he appeared, he received a communication request from AK. You have a new communication message. AK invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Connect. The voice fell, and the video chat window of the holographic projection appeared in front of Chen Ye. The masked girl AK appeared in the video. Good evening, AK. Chen Ye greeted with a smile. Ako didn't think much about politeness, and said directly, Sura, come to the trading center, I'll be waiting for you in the trading center. Okay. After receiving Chen Ye's reply, Ake hung up the video directly. It seems that there is one more word, and I don't want to talk to Chen Ye. Looking at the darkened video window, Chen Ye smiled and shook his head. System, I'm going to the trading center. Following Chen Ye's order, it was issued. Next moment, Chen Ye disappeared from the place and reappeared, already at the door of the trading center. This is the transmission function of the reincarnation system. As long as it is in the reincarnation space, it can be teleported anywhere. The trading center is far away from the square, and it takes a lot of time to walk past it. If the reincarnation system is transmitted, it will arrive in no time, which can save a lot of time. Walking into the trading center lobby, I found that it was very lively. It seems that many people choose reincarnation space as a trading channel. Sura. As Chen Ye looked around, a voice came from behind him. Chen Ye turned around and saw the masked girl AK. Come with me. AK took Chen Ye and went to a room next to him. There are many similar rooms in the trading center. After closing the door, AK went straight to the subject. I have prepared the gold bars, plus the handling fee. I have prepared a total of 23.5 million gold bars here. Let's start trading. Wait. Chen Ye said suddenly. Hearing this, Ako suddenly had a bad feeling. What happened? AK girl, I wonder if you watched the reincarnation forum today? Someone has already bid 40 million and wants to buy the first-hand information on infernal affairs. AK heard this and couldn't help but anxiously said, what do you mean? You won't have to sit down and raise the price again, do you? That's not true, I'm still very honest. Chen Ye's words made Ako sneer. Then what are you talking about? There is a small request, and you need to agree to the transaction before the transaction can continue. Chen Ye smiled and said, look, I sold you only 20 million, and I lost half of it. It's not too much to make a small request, right? The 17th was delivered, and the 18th was around 12 o'clock. Chapter 18 Ako, is this a human thing? 18 more, equals. What request do you want to make? Ako looked at Chen Ye alertly. Chen Ye smiled and said, don't worry, it's not an excessive request, it just wants you to answer a question. What is the problem? Listen well, you can only answer this question if you know or don't know. Excuse me, does your family know that you are a fool? After listening to Chen Ye's question, Ako subconsciously said, I don't know. No. I'm not a fool. This girl is very clever, she just responded immediately after she answered, she was caught up in a routine. Ha ha ha. Chen Ye laughed. Since Chen Ye learned that the egg he was trading with was the school flower Wenzing Ai of the same school, Chen Ye has been holding back. Playing tricks on this girl is half bad fun. The other half of the reason is that Chen Ye wants to relax. When the transaction is over, Chen Ye will go to the Reincarnation Tower. Arino.cm. Chapter 23. Therefore, Chen Ye wants to tease Wenzing Ai, and relax himself. It feels good to base your own happiness on the suffering of others. Is this interesting? Seeing Chen Ye smiling happily, Ake coldly snorted, Sura, why are you so boring? Chen Ye shrugged indifferently. He doesn't care what Ako thinks of himself. The goal of relaxation was achieved, Chen Ye said, let's start trading. Upon hearing the words, Akko opened his personal warehouse with a cold face and took out a box of gold bars from it. This is a gold bar. The transaction fee has been deducted from the reincarnation system. You can click it. Looking at the golden bars in front of him, Chen Ye looked calm and smiled and said, no, I believe you. Remind you, real-world items cannot be stored in the reincarnation space. You'd better take these gold bars out of the reincarnation space within 3 hours, otherwise it will be swallowed by the reincarnation space after more than 3 hours. Road. Chen Ye didn't know this yet, and immediately nodded and said, thank you for reminding. You received the gold bars, what about the strategy information for the copy world of Infernal Affairs? Akko reminds me again, you'd better not fool me with fake strategies. I have asked the reincarnation system to be fair. If the information you provide is of no value, you have to return all my gold bars, which is 30% of the formalities. You will pay for all the fees. Chen Ye smiled and nodded, and asked, then should I just read it to you or write it down? Just read it. Okay, then listen carefully. Chen Ye cleared his throat, and then said, the copy world of Infernal Affairs is mainly a confrontation between the police and the drug dealer community. Both sides have sent undercover agents in the enemy camp. On the police side, the Intelligence Department Inspector Lu Jianming, and Yi grade-level detective Lin Qioping is an insider. In the Drug Dealers Association, that Chen Yongren is the undercover agent of the police. He said all the information he knew in one breath. Akko's eyes were bright when she heard it, and she looked at Chen Ye in surprise. Sura, how do you know this information? Faced with this problem, Chen Ye had long thought of an excuse and lied, I have been to the dungeon world of Infernal Affairs 7 times. I have found out this information so many times. Upon hearing this, Ake immediately showed admiration to Chen Ye. Being able to brush a dungeon world 7 times, this perseverance is definitely a big guy who can't afford to provoke. I want to know, what did you tell Superintendent Huang in the copy of Infernal Affairs last time? To make him believe what you said so much, he started to suspect Lu Jianming and Lin Qioping when he came back. I told Superintendent Huang the secret code between Lu Jianming and Han Chen. As long as Lu Jianming called and said, Dad, I can't come back for dinner tonight, I was telling the news. Of course, the most important thing is that I tell in advance. The place where the goods traded between Superintendent Huang, Han Chen and the Dai countrymen, Long Bathing Beach. The original words at the time were like this. I went to Superintendent Huang and pretended to tell him that I ran into Inspector Lu Jianming and Han Chen joint last night. Chen Ye finished speaking in one breath and asked, are there any questions? Akko's eyes flickered, and he asked, in other words, as long as I follow your old path, I can basically get the SSS perfect task evaluation. Chen Ye didn't comment, that's not necessarily. It depends on your performance. If your acting skills are not enough to convince Superintendent Huang, you may not be able to succeed. Akko nodded, and finally reminded. Sura, remember the agreement between us, within this month, you can't disclose the copy information about Infernal Affairs to others. No problem. Having said that, the transaction between the two is complete. The 18th update is over, and it has only been 26 hours since the book was published last night. 18 chapters have been directly updated, with more than 35,000 words. This speed is considered powerful in the whole field, right? Thank you for your support, we will continue to update tomorrow. On the first day of publishing, 18 chapters have been updated, and the article is for collection. If you lose it, you can't see the books, it's cool, it's not poisonous. Please feel free to watch, please save your manuscripts in books and save them. If you see less, Lu Fei is a good one. Total of 50,000 and 50,000. Chapter 81 is even more explosive, and the first book of the day is published. Chapter 91 will be updated later. It's even more continual. Good data is needed, fair evaluation and Huazianbo ask for it. Chapter 19 Chu Renmei and Feng Yuxiu, first update, After the transaction with Akko was completed, Chen Ye came out of the trading floor. System, send me to the Samsara Tower. When the voice fell, Chen Ye was teleported to the entrance of the Samsara Tower. Lifting his head slightly, Chen Ye saw a huge tower towering into the clouds, Samsara Tower. The Reincarnation Tower is very wide, and each floor is built like an ancient imperial palace. Therefore, the 99th floor looks as if it reaches the sky directly. Compared with the lively instance hall, there are a lot fewer people at the entrance of the Samsara Tower. This is relatively speaking. In fact, there are many people who come to the Samsara Tower. After all, the only channel that can become stronger is the Reincarnation Tower. Some superpowers, devil fruits, scion bloodlines, etc. can only be obtained from the Samsara Tower, and there is absolutely no possibility of these things in the safe zone. The Samsara Tower is indeed extremely dangerous, but it still can't hold many people and wants to become stronger. The pursuit of powerful power is also the nature of most humans. Chapter 24. Damn! Wild wolf, fox, look at the rankings. Adam, the guy in his comprehensive strength evaluation, has reached this level and became the world's number one. Hi! It's really an S grade, the only one in the world. This guy is amazing. Last time there was news that Adam's true identity was a colonel in the Western Sam Empire and the military. Is it true? Basically, it's not far from 10. Damn, this dog currency has become the number one in the world, and it will overwhelm our country in the future. It's really unhappy. Yes, the overall strength has reached A level, and all of them are monsters. They can easily destroy a regiment of troops. The strength of S level, I am afraid that it has become a humanoid nuclear weapon. If you destroy it, no one can do it. Can stop it. Don't think about it so much. The sky is falling, there is a tall one against it. Let's just brush the copy honestly. Today I must brush the mountain village old corpse and kill the female ghost Chu Renmei in it. Brother, don't be impulsive. The female ghost is beautiful. She is transformed by resentment, and if she can't die, she should honestly find a place to stay for 3 days. It is important to complete the main task of survive. I'm going to play one man's martial arts today. Do you guys have any experience to point me to it? A man's woolen? I remember the main mission is to challenge 3 masters, right? I advise you not to challenge Xiaohu and Feng Yuxiu, otherwise you will die miserably. Hearing these people's discussions, Chen Ye was very surprised. Actually, someone's comprehensive strength has reached the S level? It seems that no one can underestimate it. But Chen Ye didn't think much. He is blessed, knowing the plot is his biggest support. Chen Ye believes that one day he will become the strongest reincarnation. Even he also wanted to try to break through the 99-story Reincarnation Tower, to see if he would become like the rumors. Subsequently, Chen Ye came next to the chatters, followed their gazes, and saw an electronic screen. Global Master Ranking. FEEBOM. One by one weird names are on the top of the list. The first place is exactly what those people just called Adam. Adam, in the Bible, is the world's first human. This person dared to take such a name, indicating that he is also an ambitious figure. Behind Adam's name is marked with a red S, indicating the opponent's current overall strength level. In second place is a person named Murong Chugzhu. Look at the avatar, it should be a female. Moreover, this name is very Chinese. Not surprisingly, it should be a native of China. The comprehensive evaluation behind her name is A. The third place is named Sven Tovet. This name is the god of war in Slavic mythology. The Slavic mythology is a unique mythology system of polar bears. From this, it can be inferred that the third place is a person on the side of the polar bear. The comprehensive evaluation is also A. This master ranking is naturally made by the reincarnation system. A total of 100 people were recorded. Except for the first Adam, the following comprehensive evaluations are all grade A. It can be judged from this point. Even if they are both A-level masters, their strengths are quite different. After taking a few glances, Chen Ye no longer cared, and walked towards the Samsara Tower. When he arrived at the entrance of the Samsara Tower, Chen Ye was about to walk in, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Then, the system came up with a prompt. Hello, Samsara Sura, you are currently unable to enter the dungeon world. Please come back in 29 days, 1 hour and 22 minutes. Chen Ye patted his forehead and almost forgot the cooling time of the copy. Subsequently, Chen Ye took out the copy cooling refresh card from his personal warehouse. System, use the copy to cool and refresh the card. When the voice fell, the copy cooling refresh card in Chen Ye's hand turned into a little bit of starlight and disappeared. P.S. Explain that in the dungeon world of the safe zone, after the mission fails, you can continue to swipe it until it passes, and you can't enter it again. This is the first update today, and the second update later. Chapter 20, 21 Work with Big Knife, 2 more, P.S. Let's just talk about it. In the first few dungeon worlds, they will not write long. Only the big dungeon worlds like Marvel, Pirate, Ultra Theological Academy, and Hokage will write long. Oh, there are beautiful heroines. The copy world may also write longer. In short, the author wrote a cool article. Know what you like to read, please rest assured. After using a copy to cool down and refresh the card, Chen Ye stepped into the Samsara Tower again, and there was no obstacle. Chapter 25. The interior decoration style of the Samsara Tower is very similar to the ancient dynasty of China, and the modern style of the safe area, which is almost two extremes. Chen Ye looked around for a few times, and a little elf flew in front of Chen Ye. Hello, Samsara Sura, what help do you need? Chen Ye took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I'll do the dungeon mission. This copy of the world is Zombie World War, may I ask, are you sure to enter? The first dungeon world of the Samsara Tower is Zombie World War, there is no other choice. Chen Ye had already checked the information on the internet and was very clear about this point. Determine. Red light flashed. Chen Ye was transported by the elf into a huge white room. This white room is similar to the white room in the safe area, but on all four walls, there is a huge electronic watch on which there is time going backwards, which is obviously a countdown. There are 17 minutes left in the countdown. If Chen Ye didn't guess wrong, the countdown is over and the dungeon world begins. In addition to the countdown, there were many people in the white room, and there were at least 30 people visually. And, there is a steady stream of people being sent in. Obviously, these people are the first wave of reincarnations who are going to brush a copy of Zombie World War tonight. The copy of the Reincarnation Tower is different from the copy of the Safe Zone. The copy of the Safe Zone is relatively safe. It can be opened at any time when it is opened. If it fails, the same copy can be refreshed next month. The copy of the Samsara Tower is opened once an hour. And once the mission fails, the result is death. During this hour, all the reincarnations who came to participate in the dungeon will be gathered together. This is the reason why there are so many people in the white room. When the last 10 minutes were left in the countdown, the system suddenly sent a prompt. Attention everyone, reincarnations, after 10 minutes, start to teleport the mission world. As prompted by the system, the white room seemed to have closed the transmission channel, and no one was being transmitted in. Chen Ye counted. Now, 41 people gathered in the room. These people either gather in twos and threes to speak quietly, or rest alone. Those who gather together obviously know each other and form a group to brush the dungeon world. Alone like Chen Ye are lone rangers who are more alert or more confident about themselves. Sudden. A young man clapped his hands vigorously, which attracted the attention of many people. Chen Ye also looked at this young man. The young man has the face of the protagonist of the comics, the clothes on his body are very punk-like, and he looks nondescript, but he seems to be maverick. This is of course a disguise. However, a long knife hung around the young man's waist instantly attracted Chen Ye's attention. Real-world items cannot be brought into the space of reincarnation, let alone appear in the mission world. To be sure, this knife is definitely a product of reincarnation space. Moreover, Chen Ye felt that the knife was a bit familiar. Suddenly, Chen Ye's eyes flashed. He recognized the source of this knife. The copy world of One Piece, one of the 21st jobs of Big Knife, Black Knife Autumn Water. In the world of One Piece, this sword was once the saber of the sword hero Ryoma of the country of Wano, and is known as the national treasure of the country of Wano. After the death of Ryoma, the body and Kyushui were stolen by Moria. As a member of the zombie army, he later confronted Soran, recognized Soran, and presented Kyushui to Soran. Chen Ye was very surprised when he recognized the knife. This young man, like him, is obviously the first time he has come to the Samsara Pagoda, so he has such a powerful weapon? There is absolutely no such thing in the safe zone. The only possibility is that it was given to this young man by a powerful reincarnation. In other words, this young man has a lot of background, it is likely to be the second generation of a big family. The second is more, and the third is later. Chapter 21 Mission, Survive. 3 shifts, Seeking Collection, Hello everyone. Introduce myself first, my name is Ye Gukan, a D-class reincarnation. Hearing the youth's self-introduction, everyone in the room was shocked. Class D. Zombie World War is the first copy of the world for all reincarnations who want to break into the Reincarnation Tower. Chapter 26. This shows that this young man is very difficult. Next moment. The young man showed the full moon tattoo on his wrist, which was a capital letter D. Strength evaluation, from high to low R, S, A, B, C, D, E. Seeing everyone's surprised look, the young man was very satisfied. Afterwards, the young man smiled and said, "Everyone is coming to the Samsara Tower. I must have enough understanding of the first instance of the Samsara Tower and the dangers of this world. So, I want to ask you, if you are willing to form an alliance with my team? You can conclude an alliance, and after completing the task, the reward will be divided equally. Everyone knows that there are more people and more power. We have more people to hold a certain commanding height, and it is easier to survive. What do you think?" Hearing this, Chen Ye had no interest at all. It's the alliance again. It sounds like an alliance seems to have many advantages, and it is indeed very tempting to have a stronger boss to lie down. But how can there be a free lunch in the world? This young man clearly possesses the strength of D rank, isn't it good to do his own tasks? Why should I take you to lie down and win? Therefore, Chen Ye felt that this young man was definitely not at ease. With such a simple truth, most of the other reincarnations naturally understood it, and turned a blind eye to what the youth said. However, there is always no shortage of fools in this world. As the voice of the youth fell, a few people actually moved, most of them girls, who expressed their willingness to form an alliance with the youth. Chen Ye stared at him and shook his head. "Welcome everyone, is anyone else willing to form an alliance?" The young man asked again. No one birded him anymore. The young people didn't care either. They got together with the allied people and seemed to be discussing plans for the task. In a blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. The prompt sound of the system starts. Start teleporting countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Everyone in the white room was shrouded in red light and disappeared in the room. When Chen Ye regained his sight again, he was already on a lively street. This is a bustling metropolis. The streets are full of traffic, surrounded by countless high-rise buildings. High in the sky, the sunlight just shines on people, making people feel lazy and comfortable. A sign on the side of the road marked the name of the city, Boston. Boston. Located on the Atlantic coast of the northeastern part of the Sam Empire, it is the capital and largest city of Massachusetts. The famous Harvard University, MIT, and other universities are located in this city. Please note, the mission is released. Main task: please survive for 10 hours in this city and kill at least 10 zombies. Task time: 10 hours. Mission failed, obliterate. Warning: do not escape from the urban area of this city. Violators will be obliterated. Hint: in 10 hours, the more zombies you kill, the higher the task evaluation you will get. Note: the virus will appear in 30 minutes, please be prepared. Upon hearing the task, Chen Ye lifted up. Afterwards, Chen Ye immediately moved. Other reincarnations are looking for weapons at this moment, then occupy the highest points, and even build defensive forts. Chen Ye is different. He first chose a remote alley, then went straight through the window and into a house. The owner of the house is a white middle-aged couple. Seeing the intruder, the male host immediately rushed to drive him away, but Chen Ye knocked him to the ground with a punch and passed out. Chen Ye's current strength attribute has reached 25 points. It's more than twice that of normal people. Called a Hercules. Normally, ordinary people can't hold it with a punch. What? Arino.cm. A white housewife was left, and when she saw her husband fall, she let out a harsh scream. Chapter 27. This body has mastered the English language before and is still proficient. Upon hearing Chen Ye's threat, the white woman stopped screaming. Please don't hurt me, I can give you all the money. The white woman stammered in fright. No. Chen Ye shook his head and said, I don't need money. Tell me, where are your guns? The third is sent, and the fourth is later. Chapter 22 The Best Plan. 4 more, That's right. Chen Ye chose to break into a private house just to grab a gun. Chen Ye has checked the store in the safe zone and there is no such dangerous item as guns for sale. But the guns in the real world couldn't be brought in, so Chen Ye had to grab them by himself. Sam's empire is known as a free country. It is not forbidden for civilians to possess guns. As long as you are a citizen of the country and are over 22 years old, you can go to a regular store to buy guns. A country flooded with guns. There are guns in almost every family. The white woman hesitated and saw Chen Ye's fierce eyes, and immediately said, in the drawer of the bedroom. At this moment, Chen Ye's image was a burly man, made by the system, and it was quite scary to stare. Take me, remember, don't play any tricks, I just want a gun, don't force me to hurt you and your husband's lives. Okay. I'll take you there. With the cooperation of the white women, Chen Ye soon got the gun. A Beretta M92F pistol. There are still 6 bullets in the magazine. Seeing Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction, the white woman tentatively asked, Sir, you have got what you want, please let us go. Chen Ye nodded, then slashed the white woman's head with a palm, knocking her unconscious. This is to prevent the other party from calling the police immediately and causing him trouble. Rebol.com. As for the other party to wake up and then call the police, at that time, the whole city was reduced to a paradise for zombies. Whether there was a policeman was still a question. Afterwards, Chen Ye took some US dollar bills from the opponent's pocket and left directly from the front door. On the street, Chen Ye stopped a taxi. Hello, buddy, where are you going? The driver is a black guy. CDC. Oh, buddy, are you contagious? I am very healthy. Chen Ye directly took out all the beautiful knives and shook them in front of the driver. Send me to the CDC within 10 minutes, they are yours. No problem. Sir, please fasten your seat belt. 8 minutes later. Chen Ye dropped the US knife, got out of the car, and walked quickly into the CDC. There are still more than 10 minutes before the zombie virus strikes. He has to find what he wants as soon as possible. So, what exactly does Chen Ye want to come to the CDC? The movie Zombie World War, anyone who has watched it will surely remember the key points. That is, although the zombies in this world are extremely fierce and can be called the strongest zombies, they have a fatal flaw. They only attack healthy humans. Like those humans with illnesses, they are not in the attack range of the zombies. The more ill the zombies become. This setting is very weird. Such a ferocious zombie virus actually dislikes and even fears other viruses or diseased cells. I have to say that the brain circuit of the screenwriter is peculiar. In the original plot, the male protagonist Gary Lane finally discovered this, and then organized the surviving humans, expelled all the zombies from the human city, and became the savior. Very old-fashioned plot. But this has nothing to do with Chen Ye. Chen Ye's mission is to survive and hunt zombies. He knows the plot, and of course he understands that the best way is to get himself sick and let the zombies avoid him. Then he can safely hunt zombies boldly, and no longer need to be afraid of being surrounded by zombies. Therefore, Chen Ye came to the CDC. Afraid that the doctor here would not cooperate with him, Chen Ye came with a gun. Chapter 28. As soon as he walked into the lobby of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, a blonde nurse approached him and asked, "Hello, sir, is there anything I can help?" Chen Ye ignored the nurse and fixed his eyes on a middle-aged doctor in a white coat with a nameplate hanging on his clothes. Next moment, in the horrified eyes of the nurse sister, Chen Ye directly drew out the gun and came to the middle-aged doctor, grabbed the middle-aged doctor, and at the same time turned the muzzle up and fired a shot. Bah! A huge gunshot sounded in the hall. What? Suddenly, the nurse sister let out a horrified scream. The entire disease control hall was also caught in an atmosphere of panic. All the patients and medical staff lay on the ground one after another. It looks like these people in the free country are very knowledgeable about shooting accidents. After knowing that there is a shooting, they should get down to avoid stray bullets at the first time, instead of running stupidly. The shot that Chen Ye fired just now was just for demonstration. He is short on time and has no time to chirp with these people, so he is reckless when he comes up. Afterwards, Chen Ye brought up the middle-aged doctor who was scared on the stomach and pointed a gun at his head. "Hello sir, no matter what I say next, you have to do it, otherwise I can't guarantee that your head will blossom," Chen Ye threatened. "Okay, okay." The middle-aged doctor shivered with fright. "Thank you for your cooperation, now, take me to the virus database. The fourth one, the fifth one later. Chapter 23 That is really unfortunate. 5 more for collection, Hearing that Chen Ye was going to the virus database, the middle-aged doctor immediately regarded Chen Ye as a terrorist. He didn't dare not listen, or even raised any objections. Chen Ye looked like an irritable old man, he was very difficult to provoke. For his own life, the middle-aged doctor was very obedient. Next, with the guidance of a middle-aged doctor, Chen Ye came to the virus database very smoothly. Although the people outside had already called the police, Chen Ye was not worried. Because in 10 minutes, the zombie virus will spread throughout the city. The virus vault is a freezer, and the temperature inside is very low. This is to better store the virus. Various types of viruses are contained in large precision tin cans one by one. Seeing Chen Ye looking around curiously, the middle-aged doctor next to him couldn't help but remind. "Sir, please be careful. The virus here, no matter what leaks out, is a huge disaster for mankind. Chen Ye smiled and asked, then, can you tell me which of these viruses can quickly infect people and have a fatal risk? Hearing this, the middle-aged doctor trembled in his heart. He was even more convinced that the yellow man in front of him was definitely a terrorist, coming to fight against the viruses to create terrorist activities. Seeing the middle-aged doctor hesitate, Chen Ye did not hesitate to use a gun against the opponent's brain. Chen Ye said coldly, you only have 3 seconds, 3, 2. Before Chen Ye's countdown was over, the middle-aged physician immediately said, most of the viruses here have a fatal risk, but the virus that has symptoms of infection is the KBN virus. P.S. Anti-harmony, no real virus names can appear, I hope everyone understands. Chen Ye's eyes lit up and he found the KBN virus described by the middle-aged doctor. While holding it in his hand, he played with it and asked, if you get him, what symptoms will you have? The initial symptoms are fever and hair loss. After 2 to 3 days, symptoms such as vomiting, headache, joint pain, fatigue, nausea, dizziness, etc. will appear. Even the strongest people will die within 7 days of infection. After hearing what the middle-aged doctor said, Chen Ye suddenly laughed. This is the virus he is looking for. Then, may I ask the doctor, how is this virus infected? Oral or injection? The middle-aged doctor said silently, it is mainly spread by droplets, an injection infection is faster. Very good. Chen Ye snapped his fingers, handed the virus test tube in his hand to the middle-aged physician, and ordered, help me inject. What? The middle-aged doctor thought he had heard it wrong. Sir? You mean, you want to inject this virus yourself? Yes. Chen Ye nodded affirmatively. After 10 hours, he will be able to leave this world, and the system will help him return to normal. Afraid of a wool? The middle-aged doctor didn't know this, and was very surprised. Oh Mika! Sir, this joke is not funny, do you know how dangerous this virus is? Chen Ye's expression sank instantly, and he said coldly, shut up, do you think I'm joking with you? Follow my request immediately. Chapter 29. Then, the middle-aged doctor himself put on a mask to prevent infection. At the beginning, Chen Ye did not feel any discomfort. After a few minutes, the symptoms began to slowly appear and the body temperature rose. The middle-aged doctor did not lie. The infection of this virus is indeed very rapid. Sir, you have been surrounded, and the police will arrive immediately, release Dr. David immediately, and surrender. Outside the cold storage room, a threat from the hospital security came. Chen Ye didn't care at all, too lazy to take care of it. He is waiting. Wait for the outbreak of the zombie virus. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged doctor swallowed, and cautiously pleaded, Sir, I have done everything you want in accordance with your requirements. Please let me go. I still have my wife and children. They can't live without me. Chen Ye turned his head to look at the middle-aged doctor, split his mouth and smiled, that's really unfortunate, they won't be your relatives right away. What? As soon as the voice fell, there was a horrified scream outside. What? The fifth one arrived, the flowers and the evaluation ticket suddenly stopped moving, and there were no book reviews. Are the big guys still reading it? Explain a few questions. This number is currently unable to reply in the book review area. Regarding the issue in the book review area, I will open a single chapter to explain it. First, the goddess Tang mentioned in the beginning of the article obtained the devil fruit of the copy world of One Piece. Maybe I didn't understand enough to write it. This is not her first copy world. People have long been mixed in the Reincarnation Tower. Is a genius. Second, the copy of the safe zone, if you fail to refresh, you can refresh again, until you successfully refresh, you can't enter. Third, the biggest role of reincarnation points is to redeem attributes. In the setting of this book, the basic attributes are very important, and the strength is not strong enough. Even if you give you a shocking fruit, you will not be able to exert its due strength. Everyone is welcome to continue to find out the shortcomings of this book and publish it in the book review area, and the author will read it often. Finally, now that the single chapters are open, please ask for a wave of flowers, comments, and rewards. 6th more later. Thanks for your support. Chapter 24 Chaos is on. The end is coming. 6 more, Ah! Help! On the bustling streets of Boston, a scream suddenly came, breaking the atmosphere of peace. Immediately afterwards, there was a riot in the distance. Several people rushed out of a nearby market, came to the street, and bitten when they saw people. The sudden change caused many people to be bitten before they could react. More and more screams appeared. Some were bitten and some were killed on the spot. Those who were bitten, in just 10 seconds, became mad and hideous, and turned to attack others madly. Roar! Roar! In their throats, there was a roar that resembled a wild beast. More and more people are being attacked. Screams, car accidents, children's crying. Suddenly, the whole street fell into a huge chaos. Far away, on the roof of a certain building, a dozen people stood on the roof, condescending and observing the chaotic streets below. All of these people have weapons in their hands, most of them are machetes, and a few have guns in their hands. The leader is a young man, holding a knife that emits black light in his hand, staring coldly at the zombies below. They are all samsara. Zombies appeared, the entrance to the rooftop is blocked, right? The headed youth asked. Don't worry, it's dead. If you don't use the excavator, you can't move it. Someone replied. The young man nodded and looked at a middle-aged man next to him, make some movement and attract zombies. They occupy this building, which is a shopping mall building with only 3 floors. The young people's thinking is that they stand on the top of the building and attack the zombies condescendingly, but if the zombies cannot come up, they can't attack them. It's a pity that the zombies in this world he looked down upon. Center for Disease Control. Hearing the screams coming from outside, Dr. David paled with fright. God, what happened outside? Chapter 30. Obviously staying in the freezer, his forehead is still covered with sweat. The hair also turned yellow, and it kept falling off one by one. Chen Ye is having a high fever. The virus injected by Dr. David reacted strongly after infection and began to destroy various cells in his body, allowing his body's immune system to fight the virus directly in the form of fever. But Chen Ye didn't care. Even this is the result he wants. Doctor, you are free. Abandoning these words, Chen Ye stood up and walked outside. Seeing that Chen Ye was gone, the middle-aged doctor was overjoyed and hurried out, wanting to rush back to find his wife and children. It's so messy outside, I don't know what happened to my wife and children. Only. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw the scary guy coming back. David was startled, thinking that Chen Ye had come back to silence his mouth. His face suddenly turned pale. By the way, you should have banned drugs like stimulants. Get me some. Hearing this request, David was relieved. As long as it's not killing him. Okay sir, please come with me. Dr. David took Chen Ye to the pharmacy and quickly found 2 bottles of medicine. This is a steroid, it can trigger protein synthesis, stimulate muscle growth, and make you stronger. This is erythropoietin. It can increase the number of red blood cells that carry oxygen and greatly increase your oxygen supply. Physical strength and endurance can also be greatly increased. Sir, these 2 medicines have very serious side effects, please use them with caution. Chen Ye doesn't even care about lethal viruses, so why does he care about the side effects? FEEBOM. After receiving 2 bottles of medicine, Chen Ye smiled and said, thank you for your reminder. You are a qualified doctor. Good luck. Abandoning this sentence, Chen Ye turned and left. This time, he really left. Not long after Chen Ye left, Dr. David ran out of the CDC and was shocked by the situation outside. The streets have been stained red with blood. Stumps and minced meat can be seen everywhere. Not far away, there was a person lying on the ground, gnawing at a corpse. Roar! Just when David was in a daze, a hideous woman suddenly rushed out beside him, bit his shoulder and threw him to the ground. It seems that Chen Ye is a poisoned milk, and God has not blessed David. The sixth one arrives, and I have to go out later, and the seventh one is more likely to be late, about 12 o'clock. Today is expected to update 8. Chapter 25 Crazy. Rampant Wuji. 7 more, Chen Ye did not leave the CDC. Although he knew the plot and made all preparations, he was still a little worried about whether the virus on his body was really effective. Once the plan fails, his end will never be good, and it would be good to be able to leave a whole body. To be safe, Chen Ye decided to find a lone zombie first to try it out. After looking around on the second floor of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, he finally found movement in a file room. The sound of gnawing kept coming from inside. Chen Ye immediately suppressed the sound of his footsteps and approached gently. Then, he saw the scene in the archive room, a female nurse zombie, eating the corpse of a fat middle-aged white man with a big belly. What left Chen Ye speechless the most was that these two guys only wore clothes on their upper body. Obviously, when the zombie virus broke out, they should be doing indescribable sports. Just a female zombie, with Chen Ye's current strength, she can still deal with it. Snapped. Chen Yeman clapped his hands and made noises. Suddenly, the female nurse zombie was alarmed by the sound, immediately put down the food in her mouth and rushed towards Chen Ye. Zhong teeth and dancing claws, hideous looks. Chen Ye squeezed his fist fiercely, fixed his eyes on the female zombie, waiting for her. As soon as he found that the plan was unsuccessful, he immediately fought back. When the female zombie rushed to Chen Ye, a miracle happened. She suddenly stopped attacking and stood in front of Chen Ye, making a weird ho-ho in her mouth, as if she wanted to bite, but didn't dare to bite. Chen Ye looked at the hideous face of the female zombie and slowly loosened her clenched fist. Chapter 31. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee, ha 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 ha. At first it was just a chuckle, and then the laughter grew louder and louder, and the laugh became crazy. Chen Ye is venting his emotions. Ever since I planned to break into the Samsara Tower and made this plan, this has been a gamble of life. It is impossible to say that Chen Ye is not nervous. Finally, he made a right bet, and the whole person relaxed and laughed presumptuously. Roar! The laughter alarmed the female zombies and let out a roar like a beast, but still did not dare to attack Chen Ye. Chen Ye took out his gun, aimed at the female zombie's forehead, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The female zombie's brain exploded like a watermelon and fell silently. The brains of zombies in this world are also weak points. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 1/10. Chen Ye received the prompt from the system, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, Chen Ye left the archives, swaggered, and walked outside. The first phase of the plan was very successful. Next, it is the second stage of the plan, slaughter the zombies. As soon as he walked out of the archives room and came to the corridor, a group of zombies in white coats rushed towards him. It was attracted by Chen Ye's gunshots just now. When the zombies rushed to Chen Ye, they voluntarily gave way, avoided Chen Ye, and passed by Chen Ye. Chen Ye also ignored them and continued to move forward. As for why Chen Ye didn't kill these ready-made zombies? The reason is that Chen Ye didn't want to waste his energy on these zombies. He wants to slaughter zombies. Massacre of zombies. Just relying on his own power, how much can he kill if he is soft? Even if all the zombies come over and line up to behead his head, how much can he kill with his physical strength? Killing 1,000 will kill Chen Ye. Therefore, the second stage of Chen Ye's plan is to find weapons of mass destruction. Get out of the CDC. Chen Ye came to the side of the road, found a bus that had been crashed, and got into the driving position. Driving a bus requires an A1 driver's license, of course Chen Ye does not, but what? Now Boston is about to become a ghost town. How can the traffic police punish him? Put up the reverse gear and reverse the car. Then, Chen Ye followed a direction on the map and slammed on the accelerator. Boom! The engine of the bus roared, smashing all the cars parked on the road, and killing many zombies at the same time. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 2/10. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 3/10. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 11/10. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 12/10. The prompts in my mind kept on, and there were zombies constantly, and their heads were crushed by the wheels. ENL.M. However, more zombies are attracted by engine noise. Chen Ye was not afraid at all, on the contrary, he was so happy. Since knowing that zombies will not attack him, he has completely released himself and acted unscrupulously. When Chen Ye stopped the bus, hundreds of zombies had already died under the wheels of the bus. Subsequently, Chen Ye got off the car and walked towards a building swaggeringly regardless of the surrounding zombies. When the zombies saw Chen Ye coming over, they automatically gave way. This building is the goal of Chen Ye's second plan. It is the police station. The 7th one was delivered, and I came back. I'm sorry, everyone has been waiting for a long time. The 8th is later. Chapter 32. Of course it is the police station. The police station that Chen Ye wants to enter at this moment is the Boston Police Headquarters, with a very spacious building area. At the CDC, Chen Ye found a map of Boston, so he knew the location of the police station. At this time, a mess in the police station. There are many dead bodies on the ground. There are the corpses of police officers, and more are the corpses of zombies. In addition to the corpses, there are a large number of bullet casings on the ground. After all, this is the headquarters of the Boston Police Department, with a large number of thermal weapons, and it is only natural to be able to kill so many zombies. But the result is still hard to escape bad luck. The zombies in the world of Zombie World War are very strong, and they are not afraid of death. Walking into the police station, Chen Ye's unscrupulous behavior suddenly stopped a lot. According to Chen Ye's speculation, there may still be some fish that slipped through the net that haven't died and are hidden somewhere. If someone put a cold gun to kill him here, then Chen Ye would really have died unjustly. He walked cautiously into the police station, and according to the internal map of the police station, he finally found the weapon storage in a basement. The journey went smoothly, and no one else was encountered. Chen Ye secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and opened the door of the weapon arsenal. Then, he was stunned. The walls of the weapon arsenal were covered with guns. Pistols, rifles, shotguns, sniper rifles. Everything. In addition to guns, there are grenade, C4 explosive bag, flamethrower, and other large-scale destruction weapons. Chen Ye suddenly smiled. At the same time, a bold plan also appeared in Chen Ye's mind. He plans to use the police station as a base to slaughter zombies right here. Because the guns and ammunition in the arsenal are very heavy, letting him move it will consume a lot of his physical strength. Do it when you think of it. After confirming that there was no one in the police station, Chen Ye started to act. He first took out all the C4 explosive packs and took them to the surrounding streets to hide them. Then, 2 Gatling Vulcans were placed at the gate of the police station. Bring those high explosive grenades on the rooftop. Chen Ye thought about the flamethrower, but decided to abandon it. Playing with fire on zombies is not a good idea. If you are not careful, you may set fire to yourself. Because the behavior of zombies is to rush forward without a brain, even if the body is on fire, as long as the brain is not injured, they will not feel pain. With a flamethrower, maybe the zombies were not burned to death. Chen Ye was first burned to death by the fire brought by the zombies. As for those rifles, sniper rifles, and the like. Sorry, Chen Ye looks down on it. It's not that it is not powerful enough. But the kill range is not good. For Chen Ye, it is a waste of time to hit zombies with a rifle, even with headshots every time. Just when Chen Ye was wondering, a large number of zombies. The other reincarnations are lingering at this time, experiencing the test of life and death. The zombies in this world are crazy. As long as you find a healthy living person, you will rush forward desperately, endlessly. Many reincarnations feel that the place they stay is safer. As a result, it didn't take long for him to be impacted by an army of zombies in a precarious manner. The roof of a shopping mall building. A dozen reincarnations looked at the endless army of zombies downstairs, all of them pale and panicked. Even the young man whose overall strength is evaluated as D has no blood on his face at the moment. The movement they made was too big and attracted too many zombies. At the beginning they killed a lot of zombies, they were quite happy, and felt that after this mission was completed, they would definitely get a good review. But as more and more zombies grew, they soon became chilled. Right now, there are at least hundreds of thousands of zombies, surrounded them. How can they be killed? Once attacked by zombies, waiting for their fate is to be dismembered alive and become a snack for zombies. Crap! There are too many zombies, and the obstacles at the entrance are about to be unable to withstand. A female reincarnation said in horror. Hearing this, everyone on the rooftop changed their expressions. Chapter 33. He has no mind to think about task evaluation now, just want to survive. It's a pity that the roof is empty, so how can something block the door? Seeing that the barrier at the entrance became looser and looser, the young man's face was gloomy and he began to think about his way out. As for the other allies on the rooftop, in the youth plan, these people are supposed to be dead ghosts. People who can get a D rating in the safety zone must be cruel and cruel. How could they be willing to divide the task rewards equally among others? The 8th update arrives, today's explosive update ends here, and tomorrow continues. Finally, ask for free flowers and evaluation tickets. If there are more tickets, you will still start tomorrow, and there is no upper limit. Chapter 27 The system is too late to prompt, Bang! The obstacle at the entrance of the roof collapsed suddenly. In the stairway, countless hideous zombies were squeezing frantically towards the entrance. During the crowding process, some zombies were even squeezed into their bodies, and their blood became blurred. Seeing people numbskulls. What? Among the dozens of reincarnations, seeing such a terrifying scene, several girls suddenly screamed in fright. The headed youth turned around and ran away without saying a word. He chose this rooftop as his stronghold, but he actually considered a retreat. Next to the rooftop, there is a residential building, separated by an alley 2 to 3 meters wide. Just jumping over is a way of retreat. But not everyone can jump over the distance of 2 or 3 meters. Young people with D-level strength evaluation have very high attributes, so it's not a problem. He ran quickly, took off, and was as light as a swallow. He crossed the alleys and streets and smashed into a window of the opposite residential building, smashing all the window glass. As soon as they saw the youth run away, the other reincarnations were very surprised. Save me! Save me! Brother Yekukan, save me! Yekukan, there is a ladder next to you, bring the ladder over. Don't eat me, don't eat me, help! The young man nicknamed Yekukan stood in the room on the opposite building, coldly watching the allies being overwhelmed by the army of zombies, indifferent. Beside him, there is a long ladder. If Yekukin is willing to extend a helping hand, he can save a few allies at least by setting up the ladder. But he didn't do anything, and watched his allies being mutilated by zombies. Actually, in Yekukin's plan, the so-called alliances were the cannon fodder he used to use. Even if he does not die now, when the mission is about to end, he will plan to attract zombies to kill all his allies, cannot kill each other after forming an alliance. In this mission, Yekukin wanted to get a super high evaluation. Share the rewards of the system equally among others? This kind of thing could not appear in Yekukin's plan. All the allies are dead, and let him enjoy the reward alone is his plan. Looking at Yekukin's indifferent appearance. At this moment, the other reincarnations on the roof realized that they were just cannon fodder abandoned by Yekukin, and they didn't even want to take them to enjoy the rewards of the system. Pity. They understood it too late. City Police Headquarters. It took nearly an hour. Chen Ye prepared everything, then took out the police radio, turned it to maximum volume, and installed it on the roof of the bus outside. Then, Chen Ye connected the radio to the battery and played an infinitely blasting electronic sound in an endless loop. Boom! Boom boom boom! Ladies and gentlemen, move with me. When Chen Ye switched on the power, there was an explosive DJ sound on the radio. Suddenly, the zombies in almost half of the city were alarmed. Roar! Roar! All the zombies fell into madness, attracted by the sound of the DJ, desperately running towards the source of the sound. On the street, zombies in all directions are gathering towards the police station. Chapter 34. But Chen Ye laughed like crazy. Anyway, the zombies didn't dare to bite him. When the streets around the police station were surrounded by water, Chen Ye took out the C4 blasting device controller and pressed all the buttons on it. Boom! 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 The violent explosion sounded endlessly. If you don't know the situation, you think that a modern weapon war has started. All the streets around the police station were instantly plunged into flames. Countless zombies were blown into the sky. More are being directly dismembered and shattered. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 117/10. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 118/10. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 119/10. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 1283/10. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 7982/10. The system is too late to prompt. In just a few breaths, Chen Ye killed nearly 10,000 zombies. His plan was successful. Unparalleled success. Far away, there are more zombies, desperately rushing over to give away their heads. The sound of the explosion just now resounded throughout the city. In addition to being attracted by a large number of zombies, some surviving humans and reincarnations also looked at the direction of the police station in surprise. The first one is delivered, and the protagonist is going to be super in this wave again. Chapter 28 Massacre of 30,000 Zombies. 2 more, In the residential building. Holding a black knife, Qia Shui, the young man chopped a single zombie in half, preparing to move the position. Suddenly, he heard a lot of explosions in the direction of the police station. The young man immediately came to the window and looked at the flames in the direction of the police station, his eyes uncertain. His first thought was that the army of the Sam Empire had entered the city and was fighting zombies. But when I think about it, I find it impossible. He had done a lot of homework before coming to the Samsara Tower. Of course, he knew that within these 10 hours, there would be no army entering the city. Even after the outbreak of the zombie virus, it is a problem whether the army of the Sam Empire still exists. This is a global disaster. But if it wasn't for the army, and such a big movement slaughtered zombies, would this person be looking for death? Suddenly, the youth's eyes flashed brightly. He can almost confirm that the sound of the explosion just now must have been caused by samsara. In the face of so many zombies, the natives of this world can't escape their lives. How could they confront the zombies? Only the reincarnation, who has the task of killing zombies, would do this. Thinking of this, the youth hesitated. After a while, he gritted his teeth and rushed to the direction of the explosion. With his D-class strength, if he was on his way, the zombies would really not be able to catch him. Not for a moment. Around the police station, zombies gathered again. The C4 explosives package prepared by Chen Ye has been used up. Next, the second weapon, the Gatling Vulcan cannon, came in handy. When he came to the door downstairs, Chen Ye opened the door. Roar! Roar! Countless zombies rushed into the police station lobby when they heard the door opening. Chen Ye stood behind Gatling, looking at the zombies rushing in, his eyes cold. Gatling in his hand had already been connected to the battery, and the bullet box was hung up. Just pull the trigger. Chapter 35. Buzzing. Suddenly, on Gatling's gun, the 6 rows of machine gun barrels began to rotate rapidly. Da-da-da. Countless bullets poured out like raindrops. Gatling's advantage is its high rate of fire and great power. The rate of fire can generally reach more than 1,000 rounds per tube per minute. Moment. In the lobby of the police station, a fire dragon made up of bullets appeared. Wherever the fire dragon went, it swept across. The zombies that were hit, no matter what part they were beaten to pieces. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 9976/10. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 9977/10. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 9978/10. You killed the zombie, the current task progress, 28213/10. In 5 minutes, Chen Ye burnt out 30,000 bullet boxes, magazines. Killed nearly 20,000 zombies. Because Gatling's bullets fire too fast, it is inevitable that many bullets will be empty. Chen Ye's task progress is about to exceed 30,000. When Gatling extinguished, the entire barrel of the gun turned red, exuding scorching heat. At the entrance of the police station hall, corpses piled up, and the meat was like a mountain. The air was filled with a strong stench. Everywhere you see is Shura hell. The corpses of the zombies have completely blocked the door. Chen Ye exhaled heavily and gave up Gatling. It's not that Chen Ye didn't want to continue to use Gatling to kill the quartet, but that the bullets reserved by the police station were so many that he was finished. Chen Ye took a few rifles and was about to go to the roof of the building. But when he came to the second floor, he suddenly felt a heart move. He came to a lounge and threw a Simmons in the lounge out of the window and landed on the road. After doing all this, Chen Ye came to the rooftop. On the ground of the rooftop, there are many high explosive grenades, all prepared by Chen Ye. Next. After the next wave of zombies arrived, Chen Ye slowly began to throw grenade downstairs. Boom! 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 The lethality of high explosive grenade is completely inferior to C4 explosives, let alone Gatling. But there is no way, the only weapon that can be used at present is it. Moreover, Chen Ye is already very satisfied with the plan to reach this point smoothly. The mission requirement is to kill 10 zombies. Chen Ye has already killed 30,000, which is 3,000 times more than the mission. Not surprisingly, after this mission is over, his mission evaluation must be very high. While Chen Ye kept throwing grenades far away, there are several pairs of eyes staring at him. Second, something happened during the day. It is estimated that most of today's updates will be concentrated at night. Chapter 29 D-level reincarnation comes to the door, 3 shifts, Time. 8 hours have passed. There are only 2 hours left until the end of the mission. Boom! A gunshot came from the roof of the police station. A zombie on the street was suddenly headshot. You killed the zombie. The current task progress, 117692/10. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chen Ye expressionlessly took out a white pill, stuffed it into his mouth, and then continued to raise his gun to aim. The white pill is erythropoietin, a forbidden drug. Chapter 36. At this moment, only the sniper rifle was left beside Chen Ye. Just now, the more than 200 high-explosive grenades were all thrown into the group of zombies one by one and consumed cleanly. Even hundreds of thousands of bullets for automatic rifles were all shot out. The harvest is also very rich. The number of zombies that died in Chen Ye's hands exceeded 100,000. It's a real killing corpse. Until now, Chen Ye is completely numb. Continue to pull the trigger completely because of the obsession with the task in my heart. Sudden. Just as Chen Ye aimed at the zombie, a boom came from behind him. It seems that a heavy object fell on the roof of the police station building. Chen Ye immediately gave up killing the zombies and turned around immediately. Behind Chen Ye, a young man just stood firm. The young man held an explosion-proof shield in his left hand and a black knife in his right hand, staring at Chen Ye. Seeing this knife, Chen Ye immediately recognized the young man. That D-class strength reincarnation. I have been observing you for a long time. The young man held up his shield, guarding against the sniper rifle in Chen Ye's hand, and said, "In these few hours, you really have killed a lot of zombies." Chen Ye didn't speak, but looked at the young man so coldly. There was no panic on his face. Chen Ye was not surprised that those who had reincarnation came to the door. He made such a big movement in the police station that almost the whole city can hear it. It is normal for the reincarnation to come to the door. Seeing Chen Ye not speaking, the young man smiled faintly and continued, "Don't worry, I am not malicious. I came here to form an alliance with you. I know, you have killed so many zombies, and you definitely don't want to give me half of the reward. But don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer. You know the top 100 rankings in the world, the 97th one, Leaf Knowing Autumn is my uncle, who loves me very much. This knife was also obtained by him in the world of One Piece by killing the swordsman Sauron, and then gave it to me. My uncle has a lot of good things. As long as you are willing to form an alliance with me, I will give you a powerful special item after it's done." After listening to what the young man said, a look of surprise appeared on Chen Ye's face. The powerhouse who can kill Sauron ranks only 97 in the top 100? It seems that the strong players on the global master list are all very powerful. As for what the young man said, Chen Ye couldn't believe a word. Finally, Chen Ye spoke. "I saw him ask faintly, 'Where are the people you were allied with before?'" The youth's face sank upon hearing this. When Chen Ye asked this, he was obviously questioning his character. However, the young man still said, "Cheeky, the zombies in this world are very powerful. We were surrounded by zombies before, and I was the only one who escaped. Then how do you guarantee that after the alliance, I will not die like your previous allies?" Chen Ye smiled and said, "Maybe after the alliance, I did not die in the mouth of the zombie, but died in your hands." When Chen Ye questioned him face to face, the young man's face twitched. However, his real idea was that after forming an alliance with Chen Ye, he would find a way to make Chen Ye die in an accident, and then he would be able to swallow the amount of zombies killed by Chen Ye and get a super mission evaluation. This operation is feasible in the reincarnation space. You think too much. The youth pretended to be sincere and said, "Allies cannot hurt each other. In fact, I also killed a lot of zombies. If we form an alliance, we will definitely get a super high evaluation when we calculate it. Is good for me, and you can get the friendship of my uncle." Chen Ye shook his head first, then nodded suddenly, "It's okay to form an alliance. To show your sincerity, you can give me the knife in your hand first." Hearing this, the youth finally got rid of the pretense. The third one comes, and the fourth one comes later. Ask for a full score evaluation vote. Chapter 30 is weird, using zombies as a protective umbrella, 4 more, Black knife autumn water. Not only can it cut iron like mud, it can also absorb energy, strengthen itself, and is very strong. Sauron once said, even a dinosaur will not bend a millimeter when stepping on it. Such a superb knife is a rare treasure even in the world of One Piece. Chen Ye suddenly asked for this knife. How could the young man give it? It seems that you didn't recognize the situation clearly. The young man said coldly, do you really think I was discussing with you? With your current physical state, I want to kill you, just like crushing a bug. Don't toast or eat fine wine. Isn't it over if I didn't say that earlier? Chen Ye shook his head and said, why delay everyone's time? What do you mean? The young man looked at Chen Ye vigilantly, and blocked the explosion-proof shield tightly in front of him. Although his current comprehensive strength is D grade, he is strong and physically strong, but the bullets of the sniper rifle still pose a great threat to him. However, Chen Ye did not use a sniper rifle. Instead, he took out something similar to a remote control from his pocket and pressed the red button without saying a word. Boom! Chapter 37. Chen Ye knew how big the movement he made, how could he not guard against other reincarnations? Roar! Roar! The zombies in the corridor saw 2 big living people, and they roared and roared forward. The youth's expression changed, and he looked at Chen Ye in disbelief. Are you crazy? He felt that Chen Ye did this in order to die with him. Enjoy the zombie party I prepared for you. Chen Ye laughed and came to the edge of the rooftop. Then, he stepped forward and fell down. The young man was taken aback, and hurriedly chased him, only to see that the madman did not fall to death. It turned out that there was Jiang Simmons on the ground. Chen Ye threw it in advance, which happened to catch Chen Ye. But, falling from the 4th floor, even with the cushion of Simmons, its impact is still very large, and it is easy to hurt people. Fortunately, Chen Ye's basic attributes were very high, and he was strong and physically strong. The streets are full of zombies. Hearing the movement, they gathered around. Just when the youth thought that Chen Ye was going to be divided and eaten by the army of zombies, something strange happened. The zombies that came around suddenly stopped when they approached Chen Ye. They seemed to dislike Chen Ye and moved away. Seeing this the young man's eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. In the youth's incomprehensible eyes, Chen Ye swaggered through the group of zombies. All the zombies automatically gave way to Chen Ye. This. The young man felt as if he had discovered a great secret. As long as he can catch Chen Ye, he will know this secret. But... roar! The roar from behind reminded the young man to regain his senses. Right now, he can still save his life, let's talk about it. The buildings around the police station were far away. He couldn't escape from the rooftop, let alone learn from Chen Ye, so he jumped straight down. Because there are more zombies on the streets on the ground. The only option left to the youth is to kill all the zombies on the rooftop and block the entrance again. When he just came, he did jump over a building behind the police station. But let him jump back now, it is impossible to do it. Because the balcony of that building is very high, it is easy to jump from a high ground, but it is difficult to jump up the other way. After clarifying his situation, the youth's face was extremely ugly. He never expected that the lunatic was so weird that he would have a way to avoid the zombies, and he had already set a trap here, waiting for others to be fooled. Subsequently, the young man clenched the black knife Kyushui in his hand, gritted his teeth, and launched a charge against the zombies that came over. He wants to live. Chen Ye did not go far. Because he doesn't know if there are other reincarnations who are also staring at him. Therefore, it is safer for Chen Ye to surround the police station. Because there are the most zombies here. When others see the army of zombies, they all hide far away. Chen Ye, on the contrary, took the initiative to drill into the group of corpses and used the zombie army as his own umbrella. There was no one. This is the importance of knowing the plot. Chen Ye guessed right. Now, in the distant building, there are several reincarnations, all watching him with binoculars. Seeing Chen Ye strolling among the zombies, like walking in the garden, everyone who saw this scene was very shocked. The fourth one, the fifth one later. Chapter 31 Anti-kill, Black Knife Kiashui gets it. 5 more, With his own sniper rifle, Chen Ye hurried to a building opposite the police station. Then climbed to the 5th floor, found a window, set up a sniper rifle, and aimed at the rooftop of the police station building. Exactly. He was aiming at the young man nicknamed Yegukin. Chen Ye has never been a good man and believer. Chapter 38. Chen Ye was very greedy for the black knife Kiashui in the hands of Yegukin. Now, on the roof of the police station, Yegukin was holding a black knife, slashing zombies, just like cutting melons and vegetables. Every time it goes down, the zombies blocked in front will be divided into 2 and chopped into 2 pieces. Soon, more than a dozen zombies fell at the feet of Yegukin. Seeing this scene, Chen Ye was even more greedy. Raise the gun. Aim. Then, Chen Ye pulled the trigger without hesitation. Va! A bullet fired from the barrel and went straight to Yegukin on the rooftop of the police station. This body has a shooting skill in itself, and the proficiency is still at the proficiency level. Not to mention 100 shots, if you want to snipe an unsuspecting person at such a close distance, you can still hit easily. Through the sniper scope, Chen Ye could clearly see that the next moment, Yegukin on the rooftop of the police station, suddenly bleeding on his left leg, kneeled on the ground. This shot broke Yegukin's leg. Originally, Yegukin was already very reluctant to fight against so many zombies. The thigh was severely injured at this moment, which was completely fatal to Yegukin. Not for a moment. Yegukin on the roof of the police station was surrounded by an army of zombies. At the last moment of his life, Yegukin gave up resistance in despair, turned his head fiercely, and stared at the opposite building. Then, he saw Chen Ye and was waving at him with a smile. What? Yegukin let out an unwilling roar, with resentment, was overwhelmed by zombies. In the building. Seeing Yegukin's body being dismembered, Chen Ye silently put away the sniper rifle, feeling deeply in his heart. This was the first person to die because of him. It can even be said that Yegukin died in his hands. The feeling of carrying a human life is not good. But, if it were to do it again, Chen Ye would still make such a choice. Since he dared to hit his head with his idea, he must be prepared to be killed by him. Compassionate, in the Reincarnation Tower, will not survive long. Call. Breathing heavily, Chen Ye took the sniper rifle and left the building. When they came to the street, the zombies along the way, seeing Chen Ye, gave way. Subsequently, Chen Ye returned to the rooftop of the police station building. He is here to pick up weapons. Black sword Kiashui, but a treasured sword. When Chen Ye came to the roof, Yegukin's body was gone. There are so many zombies, there is no meat left. It's miserable. Chen Ye sighed pretentiously, and picked up the black knife Kiashui left on the ground. When Chen Ye's hand touched the black knife Kiashui, a reminder immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Special items found. Please note, special items can be taken out of this world and used in other dungeon worlds. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chen Ye's eyes lit up and he picked up the knife happily. Picking up the black knife Kiashui, Chen Ye found that the knife was heavy. At least 10 kilograms. Fortunately, Chen Ye's power is now strong enough to use it without any problems. After swiping twice in the air, Chen Ye slashed at the zombie next to him. Dot. Puff. Just like cutting a watermelon, it is easy to chop the zombies in half. Good knife! Chen Ye exclaimed. This wave is really strong. Sure enough, killing people and getting more goods is the real shortcut to get rich. Suddenly, all the surviving reincarnations were prompted by the system. Please note, everyone, there are still 30 minutes before the end of the mission. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Ye put away the black knife Qiushui and left the roof. Chapter 39. The side effects of viruses and stimulants are afflicting his body. For the next half an hour, Chen Ye didn't plan to kill the zombies anymore, and lay down honestly until the end. He has killed hundreds of thousands of zombies, ranking first. The police station is also very safe. With so many zombies gathered here, no one dared to approach again. Half an hour will pass soon. When the countdown is over, all the surviving samurai are all teleported away. The 5th is sent, and the 6th is later. Big guys, guess how many mission rewards the protagonist can get? Chapter 32 is a sensation. The SSS level evaluation reappears. 6 more, Congratulations! Samsara, Shura, performed extremely well in the world of Reincarnation Tower Zombie World War. Within 10 hours, he killed 117,843 zombies, overcompleted the dungeon mission, and received a perfect evaluation, SSS. Super God. Reincarnation Square, Dungeon Hall, and reincarnations who are performing tasks in the dungeon world. The entire reincarnation space, all reincarnations, all heard this broadcast. Super God Evaluation, SSS. Appeared again. And the person who won this honor is still the Sura. Shocked. All the reincarnations who heard the broadcast were extremely shocked. Immediately afterwards, the entire reincarnation space was all boiling. Fuck Nima, another super evaluation? This Shura boss again. It's so awesome. What is the sacredness of this Sura boss? When is the SSS super evaluation, so worthless? I have not even got a B-level evaluation. Isn't Shura the dungeon that you just brushed last night? Why doesn't it have a 1-month cooldown? You can continue to brush it right away? Cheated. Stupid rookie, don't you know that there is such a thing as a dungeon cooling refresh card? Although I have only heard of it, I have never seen such a card. My best result is a B-level evaluation. Compared with the big brothers of Shura, it's really more popular than others. Don't make a fuss, look at your whole body, where can you compare with Shura? Twice, Nima, 2 super evaluations, and this time the super evaluation is still from the dungeon world of the Reincarnation Tower. Shura is too awesome. Kill close to 120,000 zombies? Hastily. Crazed, how did the Shura boss do it? Kneel on my knees, and beg Shura to accept me as a disciple. Zombie World War? I heard that this dungeon world is very dangerous. Every time people go to the task, at least half of them can't come. The Shura boss is really awesome. I used Zombie World War, but I can't figure it out. How did he massacre close to 120,000 zombies in 10 hours? Even if the zombies line up for him to chop him, he can't chop that many in 10 hours. It feels like tomorrow's internet will definitely be blown up. The Shura boss will definitely have to refresh the screen again. The screen has to be swiped, and I can be sure that after the government gets the news, it will never sit still. Even foreign governments can't sit still. Yes, there is no concept of the first brush in the dungeon world of the Samsara Tower. The big Shura masters the strategy of super evaluation. As long as it is revealed, a group of strong people will definitely be cultivated. Envy, jealousy, hatred, why can't I be like the Shura boss? The space of reincarnation is very lively. Everyone is talking about it, discussing what kind of impact the Shura boss's move will have on the space of reincarnation. This is a copy of the Samsara Tower. There is no concept of first brushing. Those who go to the SSS level super evaluation for the second time can still get 100% points rewards in addition to not getting the item rewards. Unlike the copy of the safe zone, after the first swipe, the points reward will be halved. As long as Shura is willing to contribute a copy of the Raiders, it can be foreseen that there will definitely be a group of strong people in the space of reincarnation. Don't say how strong it is. An SSS level reward in the world of the Reincarnation Tower dungeon might be able to create a master with D level strength. Going deep, the appearance of Shura might change the power balance between nations. As long as Shura is willing to disclose the strategy to the government of a certain country, a group of D-level masters will inevitably appear in this country. D-level masters are not a big deal in the top combat power. But facing ordinary people, even those special forces can't fight against D-class masters. If the number is large enough to form a core and start a war, it is absolutely terrifying. Realizing this, many people are shocked. Even ordinary people can think of it, and those of the big powers can naturally think of it. It can be seen that at this moment, many people in the reincarnation space suddenly went offline and returned to the real world. They reported the news as soon as possible. Freoval.cm. In the real world, countless big people who are sleeping are awakened by the phone. Chapter 40. Akko has not gone offline yet. Although Chen Ye has spent 10 hours in the copy world of Zombie World War, only 1 hour has passed in the space of reincarnation. Akko, who was unable to use the dungeon, was about to go offline and go to bed, when she suddenly heard the system's broadcast sound. Her pretty face was full of shock. Sura. She never expected that Shura posted an SSS level evaluation in the safe area last night, and tonight, in the horror copy of the Reincarnation Tower, once again posted an SSS level super evaluation. Where are you, holy? Akko muttered to himself. After hesitating for a moment, Ake began to try to contact Shura. The 6th and 5th updates have been updated at 10 o'clock, but they are not displayed on the app. You need to open the chapter list to see. Please pay attention to readers. The 7th is more later. Chapter 33 is rich in rewards, golden treasure chest. 7 more, Now. Chen Ye's whole body was wrapped in a ball of red light, and his whole body was warm. The red light seems to have a healing effect, and Chen Ye's negative state is quickly leaving. During the treatment, several reminders sounded in Chen Ye's mind. Dear Samsara Sura, for completing the task, you will receive the following rewards. Ubo.com. Samsara points, 30,000 points. Strength attribute plus 20. Personal copy card X1, already stored in your personal warehouse. Gold treasure box X1, already stored in your personal warehouse. Please note, you have become an official reincarnation, you cannot go to the dungeon world in the safe zone, and you cannot go to the first dungeon world of the Reincarnation Tower. Chen Ye's eyes lit up when he heard the prompt from the system. It is indeed a copy world of the Samsara Tower. This reward is really different. 30,000 points of reincarnation is a big surprise. Not to mention, there is a mysterious golden treasure chest. Personal copy cards are also a good thing. According to the prompts of the system, using the personal copy card, you can swipe the personal copy, there is no competition from other reincarnations, and the rewards are relatively rich. This is equivalent to giving points. When the red light treatment was over, Chen Ye returned to the reincarnation square. You have a new communication message. Ake invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. A prompt came from the system suddenly. Actually, at this time, there are too many people who want to talk to Chen Ye. Countless people are looking for Sura. However, Chen Ye ordered the system last time to help him intercept the video communication request, but Akko was not intercepted. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chen Ye was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and switched on the video. Little Ake, it seems that you can't make a copy today? Why haven't you been offline to sleep? Akko looked at Chen Ye with a complicated expression, and said truthfully, I just discussed with a few friends for a while, and I'm going to call them the next time I try to refresh the copy. After speaking, Ake felt a little strange. Why should I answer Shura's words honestly? And what did this guy call himself? Little AK? Chen Ye nodded and said, then you are looking for me, is there anything wrong? Akko looked straight and said, I just heard the system broadcast, congratulations, Shura, you have got another super evaluation. Now, I am afraid that many people are looking for you. Chen Ye had a headache when he heard this. This system didn't know what was going on, so it gave a super evaluation, and immediately announced it in the entire reincarnation space, for fear that others would not be jealous. In fact, Chen Ye only wanted to develop in a low-key manner and make a fortune in a muffled voice. The system has completely disrupted his plan and made him become a star in the reincarnation space. This is not what Chen Ye wanted. Sura. Akko looked hesitant to say something, hesitated again and then said, regarding the copy world strategy of Zombie World War, can you sell me a copy? I'm afraid not. Chen Ye smiled and shook his head and said, this is not a copy of the safe zone. It is of a different nature. You can't afford the price I asked for, and it is really sold to you. It may not be a good thing for you. Can you guarantee it? Haven't you revealed your actual identity? The copy world strategy of Zombie World War, Chen Ye stayed in his hands, it was no longer useful. Because he can't enter this world again. Chapter 41. Obviously, Akko, who is still in the safe zone, definitely has no special items. You are right. Akko sighed, and then reminded, Azura, now many people from the big powers are looking for you, wanting your strategy, a copy of the Tower of Reincarnation, and there is no saying that it is first brushed, even if it gets an SSS rating for the second time. People who have no item rewards can also get 100% points rewards. With so many points, it is easy to cultivate a master with D-level strength evaluation. If a certain force masters the strategy in your hand, it is likely to be fast cultivate a large number of D-level masters. Therefore, the strategy in your hands is very important. I hope you will not sell it to evil forces or our hostile governments. Little Ake, thank you for your reminder. Chen Ye smiled. He is not a fool. He had already thought of what Akko said. Can you not add a small in front of my name? Why? Are you big? Where are you big? Show me. Prompt, the other party chose to end the call. Looking at the video window that went dark, Chen Ye smiled and closed it, and then went to the personal warehouse. A golden treasure chest appeared in Chen Ye's sight. The seventh is sent, ask for a full score evaluation vote. Chapter 34 Breakthrough, Comprehensive Strength, C. Personal warehouse. As long as it is in the reincarnation space, it can be used anytime and anywhere, and with a single thought, the items in the personal warehouse can be taken out. The reason why Chen Ye chose to enter the personal warehouse was naturally because he was afraid that when the treasure chest was opened, some abnormal phenomenon would arouse the attention of other people on the reincarnation square. A personal warehouse can also be used as a temporary room. When Chen Ye entered the personal warehouse, he found that it was a spacious room. The room is square, and shelves are placed on each wall to place items. At the moment, 3 items are placed on the shelf. Black knife, autumn water, personal copy cards, and a golden treasure chest. Chen Ye took out the treasure chest from the shelf, and slowly opened the treasure chest with excitement and anticipation. A burst of golden light flashed. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations! You opened the golden treasure box and got the ability, Mind Power. Mind Power, the extended power of a powerful mind, you can manipulate everything at will. Attention, the stronger the mental power, the stronger the mind. When your mental power is strong enough, you can even move the planet under your feet. Next moment. Chen Ye felt that his thoughts had become a little different, as if it could be extended. After listening to the system's prompts, Chen Ye was taken aback first, and then he was overjoyed. Grass! This is cool! Chen Ye couldn't help yelling. It's really a systematic introduction, too fierce. Can even the planet under your feet move? This is too exaggerated. Chen Ye couldn't wait and wanted to use his new ability. His eyes fixed on the black knife Qiushui on the shelf, and then stared at it closely. Suddenly, Chen Ye felt that a mysterious power radiated from his brain and came into contact with the black knife Qiushui. This feeling is like having an invisible arm. When Chen Ye subconsciously raised his hand, the black knife Qiushui on the shelf also moved. Next moment, a weird phenomenon appeared. I saw the black knife Qiushui, shaking slowly at first, and then began to tremble in suspension, seeming to be controlled by an invisible force. Keng Dang! Heidao Qiushui suddenly fell to the ground and made a noise. This is the first time that Chen Ye has used the power of mind and made a mistake caused by improper control. Although he made a mistake, Chen Ye was full of surprises. Is this the power of mind? It really is a magical superpower. Next, Chen Ye seemed to have discovered his beloved toy, and he kept using his mind to control the black knife Qiushui. Gradually, he began to feel comfortable using the power of mind. He can even control the black knife Qiushui, making a slashing movement in the air. Fantastic! After a while, Chen Ye suddenly felt a tingling pain in his brain and blood running through his nose. This feeling of dizziness and weakness should be mentally overdrawn. Chapter 42. Chen Ye has been controlling it with mind power. Of course, the load is heavy. At least for Chen Ye's current mental power, the load is quite heavy. It seems that I have to strengthen my mental power. Physical, mental, strength, and agility. These four basic attributes are very important and represent Chen Ye's physical fitness. Increasing physique can make Chen Ye stronger, and increase immunity, vitality, and damage resistance. Increasing the spirit can strengthen Chen Ye's brain, making Chen Ye stronger willpower, and the 5 senses and 6 senses can be strengthened. Increasing strength, the easiest to understand, is to strengthen Chen Ye's own strength. Increasing agility can affect Chen Ye's speed of action, neural response conditions, and physical coordination. No matter how you look at it, these four basic attributes are indispensable. But Chen Ye now has the supernatural power of mind power, and of course he wants to focus on spirit. Mind power can control everything and use it properly. It is definitely a super killer. Subsequently, Chen Ye began to exchange potential points. In Zombie World War, Chen Ye got 30,000 reincarnation points, plus his own 4122 reincarnation points. Now Chen Ye has a total of 34,122 reincarnation points. If all is used to exchange potential, it is enough to exchange 113 potential points. After thinking about it, Chen Ye chose to redeem 100 points of potential, and still left more than 4,000 reincarnation points as a spare. After a while, the potential is allocated. Name, Shura. Reincarnation number, C area, 90,086. Physique, 25. Spirit, 100. Strength, 45. Agility, 26. Distributable potential, 0. Skills, English, proficient, driving, beginner, shooting, proficient, camouflage, proficient. Fighting skills, none. Ability, thought power. Reincarnation points, 4,122. Comprehensive evaluation, C. The first one was sent to me. I wanted to write Out of Control to get the power of mind through this copy. However, I found that this movie was not well known, and many readers hadn't seen it, so I finally decided to give up. The second is more later. Chapter 35 Countless people can't sleep anymore, 2 more, There was a burning tingling pain in the arm. Next moment. In the middle of the full moon tattoo on Chen Ye's arm, the E-level symbol disappeared, and a C-level symbol took the original position. Even if you skipped the D-level evaluation, and directly reached the C-level evaluation, Chen Ye was very surprised. Actually, according to his current basic attributes, the comprehensive evaluation can only reach D-level. It's because the power of thought has increased too much, which directly caused his evaluation of strength to surpass the D-level and reach the C-level. No wonder, it is said on the internet that the reincarnation tower is the only way to become stronger, and it is true. Subsequently, Chen Ye used his mind power again to control the black knife Qiushui. Heidao Qiushui flew fiercely and froze in mid-air. Now Chen Ye's mental power is 10 times, 100 points, that of a normal person, and his willpower is strong, and his thought ability is 4 to 5 times stronger than before. He controls Black Blade Qiushui again, and it becomes extremely easy. Originally, Chen Ye wanted to add 100 points of potential to spiritual attributes. But after the spiritual attribute reaches 100, Chen Ye wants to add it again, and the system will prompt, after a single attribute breaks 100, it cannot exceed twice the minimum attribute. Simply put, if Chen Ye wants to increase his mental attributes again, he must increase the other 3 attributes to 50 or more. This is the requirement that the system makes for the balance of the body for all samsara. If there is no such mandatory requirement, then other samsaras will focus on one attribute, which will make their bodies unbalanced and become deformed monsters. Subsequently, Chen Ye waved his finger. Under his control, Heidao Qiushui made various slashing movements in the air. Chapter 43. No wonder, the system gives a C-level evaluation of Chen Ye's comprehensive strength. The power of mind is really hard to guard against. Aside from other things, now Chen Ye is using his mind to control the black knife Qiushui to kill people. How can ordinary D-level masters be able to stop it? What's more, in addition to being able to control weapons, mind can also restrict the actions of the enemy. If you change your mind again. Chen Ye used his mind to control a large number of small flying knives, strangling the enemy from all directions. Can the D-class master be able to stop it? Whoosh! Under the control of Nian Li, the black knife Qiushui flew into Chen Ye's hands. Chen Ye waved a few times, looked at the sharp black patterned blade, and couldn't help sighing, good knife. His current strength attribute has also reached 45 points, task reward plus 20 points, using the black knife Qiushui, there is no sense of difficulty. Put the black knife Qiushui back on the shelf. Chen Ye picked up the personal copy card again. As the name suggests, this card can open a single-player dungeon world for him, and there is no other reincarnation to compete. And according to the system's prompts, there is no mandatory mission in the single-player dungeon world, and it will not be obliterated because the mission is not completed. It is safer. Good stuff. Chen Ye thought for a while, and put down his personal copy card, planning to use it another day. Then, Chen Ye left the personal warehouse. He still has a batch of gold bars deposited in the reincarnation space. At the moment, 2 hours have passed since the real time and must be processed as soon as possible. After more than 3 hours, they will be embezzled by the reincarnation space. Real world. Chen Ye, who returned to the room again, brought back a box of gold bars. This box of gold bars is not heavy, only a few jins, less than 100 jins. It's not that Akko cut corners and fooled Chen Ye. But the current purchase price of gold on the market is 380 yuan a gram. If you spend 20 million to buy gold bars, you can buy about 100 caddies. Hide the gold bars under the bed. Chen Ye fell on the bed, ready to sleep. How to deal with this box of gold bars, I'll talk about it later when I have time. When Chen Ye was resting, the name of his surah had already appeared on the desks of the leaders of the major forces. Many big forces even held emergency meetings overnight for him. The super-evaluation strategy of the dungeon world of the Samsara Tower is enough to make countless big people sleepless. What's more, this is the dungeon strategy for the first level of the Reincarnation Tower, and it is of even greater significance. The second thing is to thank you Xiaozu boss for his 1000 VIP rewards. Thank you very much for your love. I will add another chapter today. The third is more later. Chapter 36 Shura is awesome. 3 more, Capital. There was a sudden movement in a large house with a luxurious courtyard. Many people living in the courtyard house got up one after another and rushed to a room. At this time, it was already 5:30 in the morning. The reincarnation space opens at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night and closes at 5 o'clock in the morning. Seeing no one in the room, a woman suddenly wailed, "Jinner!" This woman's son had not yet returned to reality at that time. Obviously, an accident occurred while cleaning the dungeon and stayed in the dungeon world forever. Among these people is an old man in a wheelchair. The old man looks 70 or 80 years old. Although he is in a wheelchair and has limited mobility, he has an extraordinary manner. There is a kind of superior temperament all over the body, which makes people dare not ignore. It should be the leader's temperament cultivated by often occupying high positions. Now, the old man looks very complicated, with grief and anger. His most beloved grandson is going to the first floor of the Samsara Tower tonight, but he hasn't come back yet. The reincarnation space will close at 5 o'clock in the morning. When time comes, all living samsara will be forced to leave the scene and return to reality. And his grandson hasn't come back yet, it's obviously cold. After a long time, the old man yelled in a low voice, "The third child." Chapter 44. This middle-aged man has an extremely fierce temperament. He has strong muscles and thick calluses on the fist and skull joints. A pair of eyes, as sharp as an eagle eye, is terrifying. Moreover, this middle-aged man is always releasing evil spirits. He is the 97th one-leaf nose autumn in reincarnation space and the global master list. The old man said solemnly, "Although the reincarnation tower is full of crises and dead people are common, but the people of my Ye family can't die unclearly. You can activate your contacts in the reincarnation space to find out how Jinner is dead." "Okay, Dad, don't worry, there will be accurate news until tonight." "Yet." The old man nodded and warned, "You should be careful when you are inside. Our Ye family is no better than before. Now we are relying on you to support us, and we must pay attention to our safety." "Dad, I understand." After finishing talking with the old man, the middle-aged man looked at the crying woman and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will find out the truth and give you an explanation." Early morning. When Chen Ye woke up, he suddenly realized that the whole world, in his senses, was somewhat different. To be precise, his brain is clear and bright, his 5 senses and 6 senses have become much stronger. The most obvious is his vision and hearing. Chen Ye could see the water vapor in the air that had not yet dissipated. In addition, Chen Ye can also hear the sound of traffic on the road outside the community clearly. This is just before, it has never appeared before. Chen Ye knew that this was the change brought about by the triple-digit mental power. He should have discovered these feelings last night. It's just that he was so tired last night. In the copy world of Zombie World War, he killed nearly 10 hours of zombies, and suffered from illnesses and side effects of forbidden drugs, leaving Chen Ye physically and mentally exhausted. Although the task was later completed, and the reincarnation space healed all the negative states on his body, his heart was still extremely exhausted. Therefore, after returning to reality, Chen Ye fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. Now that the spirit is restored, Chen Ye can feel his own change. Get up. After washing, Chen Ye checked the time, and it was 7:30. My father hasn't come back yet, it seems that I got off work late today. Chen Ye didn't take it to heart either, took some change, went outside to buy some breakfast for himself, and rushed to school while eating. As soon as he arrived at school, Chen Ye heard that countless students said behind his back that he was handsome. No, he was talking about the Sura in his vest. Fuck, the Shura is really amazing, and I have another SSS level super evaluation. Yeah, that's amazing. I heard that many people are looking for him now. Look at the internet. Someone bids 100 million yuan and wants to buy the raiders from the hands of the great god Shura. The night before yesterday, I wrote an SSS level super evaluation in the safe area. Last night, I actually wrote another super evaluation. It is still a copy of the Samsara Tower. It's too awkward. I've decided. From now on, Asura will be my idol. The real power of Shura is the SSS level evaluation he brushed out last night, which is of great significance. Zombie World War is the first copy of the Samsara Tower. Everyone who wants to go to the Samsara Tower must pass the copy. In the past, it was because this dungeon world was too dangerous that many people did not dare to use it, but now that the Asura god appears, it is different. If Asura god is willing to contribute to the strategy, I don't know how many powerhouses can be created. An intelligent student analyzed it. This student's analysis also aroused the approval of many students around. Yes, it would be great if the Asura god could contribute to the strategy. I think this is beneficial to all mankind, and the Asura god should contribute. I also think that the Asura god should contribute freely to make the entire young class of mankind stronger. It is not a good habit to hide selfishness. You can pull it there. You are the strategy of the big guys who are greedy for Shura. Why do you want to sit back and enjoy the things that people have made for their lives? I approve of the free contribution strategy, but it's best to be used by people in our country. Silly dick, the strategy of the Asura boss is really going to be spread. Do you think foreign forces will not be able to get it? Chen Ye was listening to the discussion of these students. At first, I heard it with gusto. But when he heard the back, he frowned slowly. The third one, the fourth one later. Chapter 37 Second tier copy of Reincarnation Tower, 4 more, The discussion among these students started out as a pure worship of Chen Ye. But when it comes to the latter, it turned out to be a discussion about whether Shura should disclose the Zombie World War copy strategy. Several selfish stupid dicks eagerly hope that Shura can open the strategy. However, most of the students are still relatively positive in the three views and hold objections. Chen Ye frowned, then took out his mobile phone and started surfing the internet. Not surprisingly, Shura's name resounded throughout the network again. And this time, it was far more sensational than the last time. Not only the netizens discuss it, but also the major media are scrambling to report. The strongest genius in the reincarnation space appears, he is Shura. Shura, where is it sacred? Chapter 45. Because the copy of the Reincarnation Tower is far from comparable to the copy of the Safe Zone. What's more, what Chen Ye brushed out of the SSS level super evaluation was the copy of the first floor of the Samsara Tower. This is the only way for all who want to become stronger. Crucial. As the student just said. Many people dare not go to the Samsara Tower because the Samsara Tower is too dangerous. But if there is a strategy that is evaluated by super gods, the result will be different. Therefore, this time it seemed so sensational. This big guy named Shura is really awesome. I have reviewed the copy of Zombie World War. The zombies in it are very powerful. It is hard to imagine how the Shura boss managed to kill hundreds of thousands of zombies in 10 hours. Hundreds of thousands of zombies, the boss of Shura is too mad. It feels like it's only a matter of time before the talent of the Shura boss is ranked first in the world. I heard that the boss of Shura is still our compatriots in China. Ha ha ha, you are proud of you. Come on, the boss of Shura rises up, wins the first place, and defeats that atom. There is a lot of heated discussion on the internet. Seeing these discussions, Chen Ye was quite refreshed. Because Shura is him. Subsequently, Chen Ye opened the Reincarnation forum. He is still being discussed throughout the forum. Only Chen Ye's good mood did not last long. Because he saw a post. I think that Shura boss should open the strategy of zombie world war to benefit all mankind. This is the title of the post. The post is very popular. It is still early in the morning, and the number of replies to the post has exceeded thousands. Chen Ye clicked on the post and found that there were many people who supported this view. Original +1, anyway, Shura can no longer enter the copy of Zombie World War again, why not take out the strategy for the benefit of mankind? If I were Shura, I would publish all the strategies and gain a good reputation for myself. If you sell money, this strategy is a sky-high price, but I think that with the skills of the Shura boss, you shouldn't be short of money, right? That's right, if the boss of Shura is willing to open the strategy, I am willing to become a fan of Shura's brain. Those who can do more work, I hope Shura boss can see this post and benefit ordinary people like us. These are all replies that support the original poster's point of view, very selfish. There are also people who have 3 views of righteousness and opposing views. A group of keyboard guys, do you think Shura will need you stupid fans? Hehe, what a moral kidnapping. I really convinced you people. They worked so hard and got their lives in exchange for the strategy, so why give you free? A weak chicken is a weak chicken. Even if the boss of Shura teaches you step by step, you won't get a super evaluation. FEEBOM. Chen Ye closed the post and didn't bother to read it again. In the Reincarnation forum, there are still many high-priced shopping guide posts, and Chen Ye also chose to ignore it. For those who asked him to make it public for free, Chen Ye just sneered coldly, not paying much attention. A group of beam-jumping clowns are not worthy of being remembered by him. Let them slowly be greedy. His strategy, he can handle whatever he wants, never caring about other people's opinions. Subsequently, Chen Ye began to look for a strategy for the 2nd floor of the Samsara Tower. For the 2nd floor of the Samsara Tower, the official also released a strategy. Chen Ye guessed that the official strategy should come from those powerful reincarnations. After opening the official guide, Chen Ye was surprised to find that there were actually 2 dungeon worlds on the 2nd floor of the Samsara Tower, divided into 2 levels, Simple and Nightmare. The simple one is one man's martial arts, and the nightmare level is Mountain Village Old Corpse. The task rewards of the 2 are also completely different, and there is a big gap. Those who reincarnate can choose by themselves. But the higher the reincarnation tower, the more difficult the task. If you don't lay a solid foundation for your strength from the beginning, leading to your strength being behind and not being able to defeat the enemy, you will easily die in the dungeon world later. 4th, the Mountain Village Old Corpse should have been seen by many people, right? The nightmare movie when I was young. The female ghost inside is terrifying. Chapter 46 Chapter 38 This strategy has something. 5 more, According to the official guide, the missions of the 2 dungeon worlds are different. The task of a copy of one man's martial arts is to challenge 3 martial arts masters. And the mission of the copy world of the Old Corpse in Mountain Village is to survive for 3 days. It sounds like the task of the copy world of the Mountain Village Old Corpse is easier. However, the opposite is true. In the copy world of the Old Corpse of the Mountain Village, there is a female ghost transformed by resentment. She is extremely terrifying and kills invisible. As long as she is stared at, no matter where she hides, she can't escape her death. But this female ghost has almost no weaknesses, and she can't even fight back. To complete the task of survival for 3 days, it all depends on whether your life is hard enough. Chen Ye didn't read the copy strategy of one man's woolen. Because he is not interested. The reward for this mission world is very low. According to the strategy, there was once a reincarnation person in this world who received an excellent rating of S, and the reward was only 4,000 reincarnation points. Chen Ye didn't want to waste a chance to brush the dungeon with such a low reward. Subsequently, Chen Ye opened a copy of the Raiders about the old corpse in Mountain Village. The first paragraph on the guide is, Warning. Before reading this guide, the editor recommends that you still choose the copy of One Man's Martial Arts. The female ghost in the Mountain Village corpse is really terrifying. According to several a reincarnation who succeeded in surviving told that this is a nightmare they will never forget. This world is far more dangerous than Zombie World War. Basically, I chose to challenge the reincarnation of this copy. 8 out of 10 have not returned, and 2 of the ones who can return have to be crazy. Please choose carefully. If you insist on choosing the copy world of Old Corpse in Mountain Village, the editor expresses admiration for your courage and hopes that you can complete the test and get a good evaluation. Next, step into the topic. When all the reincarnations who participated in the test are teleported into the dungeon world, the first scene is that there is a glass of water in front of you. The system only gives you 30 seconds, and it must be within these 30 seconds. Drink the water. If you don't drink, it will end up being obliterated. The editor guessed that this glass of water should have a lot to do with that female ghost. After drinking water, it is recommended that you find a more airtight environment to hide as soon as possible, because female ghosts may come here at any time. In addition, don't put anything around the place to hide, not even a single stone, and it's best to tie yourself up with a rope, not eat or drink, stay hungry for 3 days. If you are lucky, you can pass the level directly. This is a strategy provided by the top 100 global masters and the 86th Smile boss. According to the speculation of the Big Smile, the female ghost will create an illusion and let you kill yourself in the illusion. Tie yourself, you can avoid self-injury to the greatest extent. Also, don't be lucky, the female ghost will find you 100%, and don't try to use special items that can prevent hallucinations in the copy world of the Mountain Village Old Corpse. The editor can clearly tell you, it's useless to do this. The reincarnation system will not give you the opportunity to exploit loopholes. Finally, I advise everyone again, please choose carefully, especially those who are not brave enough, don't try to face the female ghost. After reading the official guide, Chen Ye was slightly surprised. He remembers the plot of the Old Corpse of the Mountain Village, and of course he knows that the Chu Renmei method of killing the female ghost in it is indeed to create hallucinations and kill herself. People in this world can get this inference in just 3 days in the dungeon world, which is already very powerful. It seems that no one can be underestimated. According to this strategy, there is indeed a certain chance of being able to survive Chu Renmei's pursuit and complete the mission of survival. Then Chen Ye laughed. He knows the plot and knows the details of the female ghost even more. The terrifying female ghost Chu Renmei is not incapable of dealing with. If I kill Chu Renmei in the process of the mission, what level of evaluation will I get? Thinking of this, Chen Ye's eyes flashed. But this world is indeed extremely dangerous. After death, the beautiful ghosts of Chu people have extremely strong grievances, and the illusion created by them is completely indistinguishable from the truth, and it is simply impossible to guard against. Even if Chen Ye knew the plot, it would be extremely dangerous to enter. If Chen Ye wants to go to the copy world of the Mountain Village Old Corpse, he must make some preparations in advance. Chen Ye is not in a hurry for the time being. He had just brushed the copy of the Tower of Reincarnation last night, and there was no copy of the cooling card, and he wanted to brush the copy of Mountain Village Old Corpse, at least a week later. The rules of the Samsara Tower and the safety zone are different. In the Tower of Reincarnation, you can brush the dungeon once and cool down for a week before you can continue to brush other dungeons. The 5th is sent, thanks to the 588 VIP points rewarded by the big guys from the beginning, and a more chapter will be added for the big guys who rewarded later. Chapter 39 Be careful to sail the Wanyan ship. Make up and change. Next. Chen Ye also inquired about the golden treasure chest and personal duplicate cards in the Reincarnation forum. Result. Found nothing. Chapter 47. At this time, the class bell rang. Out of respect for the teacher, Chen Ye put away his mobile phone. On the surface, he was listening carefully. In my mind, I was thinking, would you like to try using the personal copy card tonight? Open a personal copy? He does not have a copy of the cooling card now, and he wants to swipe the copy of the Reincarnation Tower again in a week. The days when you can't brush a copy are very boring. If other samsaras knew what Chen Ye thought, they probably wanted to hack him. The copy in the Reincarnation Tower is full of crises. If it weren't for getting stronger, no one would be willing to joke with their lives. It was a bug like Chen Ye who knew the plot, so he felt uncomfortable without a copy. A morning is spent in boredom. Chen Ye felt that this was a waste of time. So, he intends to take time off this afternoon. When he came to the class teacher's office, Chen Ye Daiming came here. The class teacher, I have something to do this afternoon, and I want to ask for leave. I heard someone ask for leave. The teacher in charge of reading a book frowned instinctively. Ask for leave. The head teacher stared at Chen Ye. The college entrance examination is about half a month away. If you don't prepare for the exam, what kind of leave should you ask for in this juncture? Chen Ye shrugged and opened his lie. I often feel flustered, arrhythmia, and can't sleep well at night. I think it may be because I am about to face the college entrance examination and the pressure is too high, so I want to go out and get some breath. Drive yourself crazy. Other students may be afraid of the head teacher. But as a man with a mature heart, Chen Ye had nothing to fear for the head teacher. The head teacher wanted to say something reprimanding, but he remembered the news that high school students jumped off the building because they couldn't bear the pressure of the college entrance examination a few days ago, but they changed their words. How long, please? Just one afternoon. All right. You must come back to class on time tomorrow. The head teacher waved his hand generously. It was naturally because of Chen Ye's poor academic performance that he was so happy. If you are a top student who learns well, you will definitely not let others go easily. After leaving school, Chen Ye returned home immediately. To his surprise, there was no one at home, and his father was not at home. It stands to reason that the father of the night shift should come back to sleep at this time. But Chen Ye didn't think much. Maybe it's because the father has something to go out. Afterwards, Chen Ye brought some change, took out the box of gold bars, and left the house. He is going to exchange gold bars for money, and then improve his living environment. By the way, let his father stop working hard. But all the gold bars produced in regular gold shops have imprint marks on them. Some are a string of numbers. Some are a string of letters. Therefore, Chen Ye's task today is to resmelt the gold bars into gold and then sell it. Although doing so will shrink the value of gold bars, it is worthwhile to protect your Shura vest from exposure. That Wenzia Hua, Chen Ye didn't worry about her. Because Chen Ye knew the true identity of the other party. Dare to expose Chen Ye, what is great is to kill a sister to prove the truth. As a straight steel man, what can't you do? Even those people behind her knew the true identity of Sura. Such as her parents. Unpredictable. No one can be sure of what others will do when driven by interests. Chen Ye always can't kill all of Wen Xiaohua's relatives and friends, right? Chen Ye now wants to avoid being exposed for repairing Roman armor, because his strength is not strong enough. It happens that the Sura vest has been on fire recently, and many people are looking for him. In order to avoid all of this, Chen Ye felt that he had better trouble himself and dealt with the gold. After a while, Chen Ye came near the bus station and got on a bus that was going to other cities. Chapter 48. His box of gold bars could not pass the security check at all. The country has strict management of the flow of gold, and privately carrying more than 100 grams of gold non-manufactured products is counted as smuggling. The advantage of stopping the bus halfway is that there is no security check. In order to avoid taxation, the driver is also happy to pull people halfway. Why should Chen Ye bother to go to other cities? This is because Chen Ye knows that every city has a small circle for those who play gold. If he melts the gold bars and sells them in this city, there is a high possibility that he will leak the news and be noticed by those who are interested. After all, the gold bars in his hand are not too much, and not too little is not too little. Caution is the boat. Pay more attention, there is always nothing wrong. As for his own safety, with his current strength, even if you encounter roadblocks and robberies, you don't have to be afraid. This chapter supplements the update last night. Chapter 40 Breaking the leg? This is what you guys said. 2 hours later, Chen Ye appeared in another city. He first disguised himself and bought wigs and sticky beards in a wig shop to make himself look mature. Then, on a telephone pole on the roadside, I found a steel processing factory that used small advertisements to promote it, and spent a little money to pour all the gold bars into the furnace and melt it into gold water. Then pour the inferior mold and regain the ugly gold bar. At this point, all the marks on the gold bars have been erased. His gold bars have also become gold bars of unknown origin. Such gold bars are recycled, and the price will be much lower. Just as Chen Ye packed the gold bars and was about to leave, suddenly, the boss of the processing factory, with a few workers, stopped him. "Brother, the money you just gave is not enough for processing fees." The boss of the processing plant and a few workers surrounded Chen Ye and stared at him. In the hands of several workers, there are also weapons such as wrenches and iron rods. It is clear. When the group saw Chen Ye smelting gold bars, they thought that the origin of the gold bars was unknown, so they wanted to kill Chen Ye. After all, in their eyes, Chen Ye is a foreigner, and alone, there is no need to worry about retaliation. Chen Ye laughed, "How much do you want?" For this kind of thing, he had already prepared in his heart, and he didn't panic. The boss thought for a while, stretched out his hand and made a 4 gesture. 4,000. Chen Ye asked curiously. The boss shook his head and grinned, "It's 40% of the gold bars in your hand." Chen Ye sighed helplessly and persuaded, "It's not a good thing to be so greedy. Brother, your gold bullion, the path is not clean, right? I don't dare to call the police if I leave it alone, I advise you to make money and avoid disasters." The boss laughed. "What if I don't give it?" Chen Ye asked. The boss's face became cold, and he said viciously, "Then we can only interrupt your leg, we will take it ourselves." Break the leg? A good punishment. As soon as Chen Ye's voice fell, he waved his hand suddenly. Suddenly, something strange happened. I saw that the iron tools in the hands of the workers were grabbed by a mysterious force and all flew out of their hands. Then, floating next to Chen Ye, turning in the air. It was Chen Ye who initiated the power of thought. The visual effect of this scene is very shocking, it is almost like a fairy spell. The boss and the workers were stunned. Immediately afterwards, they panicked. "Abnormal, supernatural person." A worker stammered. "In this world, there is a space of reincarnation, so everyone is no stranger to supernatural beings. Even in the police station, there are special law enforcement squads composed of superpowers, who only take orders from the chief of the police station to deal with those superpowers and criminals. In addition, in the society, people with supernatural powers belong to special talents, and their status is very high. Regardless of which power the person with the ability wants to join, he will receive generous preferential treatment. If you are willing to work for the government, you will start with special staffing, and if you are strong enough, you can directly become a cadre. Even if a person with a supernatural power kills a person, he will not be sentenced to death. Chapter 49. This sentence obviously doesn't work for the supernatural person. After all, there are very few people with supernatural powers in the entire human race, and powerful superhumans like Adam are even more strategic level national treasures. The country especially needs powerful abilities. As long as it is not a frenzied pervert, a mistake will be given a chance to correct. Brother, we don't know, you are a supernatural person, please forgive us once. The boss pleaded in tears, cold sweat all over, no longer the prestige before. Although he often goes to the reincarnation space, he has been spinning around in the safe zone, and now his overall strength has not reached the lowest level E. Facing the supernatural person, he didn't even think of resisting at all. One person, one leg, do it yourself. Chen Ye said coldly, if I were to do it, it wouldn't be as simple as one leg. Hearing this, everyone turned pale. After a while, only the black-hearted boss who kept screaming and the accomplices were left in the same place. As for Chen Ye, he has already stayed away from here. There was no murder, not because Chen Ye's men were merciful. Now in a society under the rule of law, killing people is a trouble after all, and it will definitely lead to police investigations. Chen Ye currently does not want to contact the government, let alone turn to the government. So, only one person broke his leg. They did it by themselves, not Chen Ye's business. Later, Chen Ye came to the city, first went to the bank to open an account, then went to a gold shop, sold all the gold in his hands for money at a price less than 20% of the market, and put them into his account. After getting all this done, Chen Ye returned smoothly. When Chen Ye returned home, it was already dark. My father is still not at home. At this time, he should have gone to work. Chen Ye shook his head, planning to have a showdown with his father tomorrow, asking him to quit his job that often stayed up all night. Then, Chen Ye got something to eat alone, and then set the alarm clock to rest. 12 o'clock in the evening. Chen Ye once again appeared in the space of reincarnation as Sura. The first is more, the second is later. Chapter 41, 18 Palms of the Dragon, the price is 50,000. In response to a question from a reader in the book review area, public copies cannot be brought out, personal copies are pending. In addition, personal copies can only be read by the protagonist, and others cannot enter at all, so you know, attributes can only be redeemed through points if you add to your own practice. It's easy to get confused, you're struggling, and I'm having a headache when I write. P.S. Dungeon worlds like The Great Wall, Legend of Sword and Fairy, Fairy Tale, etc., will become the protagonist's personal copy world in the future. Red light flashed. Chen Ye appeared in the square of the reincarnation space. System, take me to the Samsara Tower Mall. After receiving Chen Ye's order, Chen Ye appeared next to the Reincarnation Tower Mall in the next moment. The mall in the Reincarnation Tower and the mall in the safe area are very different in appearance. In addition to the appearance, the things sold inside are also very different. The mall in the safe zone sells some gadgets and one-off items, which are of no help to the improvement of strength. The shopping mall of the Samsara Tower is different. There are not only various props, but also various basic skills, such as language ability, shooting ability, basic boxing, basic swordsmanship, and so on. Other reincarnations can also sell special items that they don't need in the mall in exchange for points. In the mall of the Reincarnation Tower, only those who formally become a member of the Reincarnation Tower are eligible to view sales. The reincarnation in the safe zone does not even have permission to view. Chen Ye came to the Reincarnation Tower Mall to see if he had anything he needed. Walking into the center of the mall, various holographic projection screens immediately appeared in front of Chen Ye. The screen is full of dazzling arrays, all of which are on sale. Chen Ye found the basic skill classification, and then spent 650 reincarnation points to purchase the basic knife technique, mastery. Black sword Qia Shui is a good weapon, and it should be of great help to Chen Ye in the early stage. Therefore, Chen Ye purchased the basic knife technique. It's not expensive anyway. Proficient level of basic swordsmanship, only 650 points of reincarnation. Congratulations! You learned the basic knife technique, proficient. Subsequently, Chen Ye looked at the props in the mall again. There are many props, but most of them are restoration items, and the price is not low. Chapter 50. Chen Ye shook his head and did not buy. Although the potion to restore physical strength, at certain specific moments, it can indeed play a great role. But for the early reincarnations, this price is too expensive and not suitable for purchase. Early reincarnations are more difficult to obtain reincarnation points, and they don't even have enough redemption attributes. How can they be willing to spend points to buy this stuff? Moreover, the medicine to restore physical strength is not needed in the early stage. After thinking about it, Chen Ye spent 1,500 points in the end to buy a medicine to restore his injuries. Chen Ye felt that the effect of this medicine was quite large. Although it could only recover a certain amount of injury, it might be able to save lives at critical moments. The medicine in the mall can be used anytime, anywhere, without any restrictions, very convenient. This is why it is expensive. Close the system store. Chen Ye opened a private consignment center again. Here are all places where other reincarnations sell special items that they don't use. When the private consignment center opened, Chen Ye's eyes lit up. There are a lot of things for sale. And there are many kinds of things, and there are many practical things. Chen Ye even saw someone selling a martial arts secret book of Dragon and 18 Palms for 50,000 points. Seeing this price, Chen Ye shook his head. Even if he has enough points, he won't buy it. He knows the plot, and when he encounters a copy of the martial arts class in the future, he will be very relaxed if he wants to get a cheat. Chen Ye then looked down. He is looking for what he needs. The ancient martial arts of Kuzainaru, from the copy world of the King of Fighters, sells for 12,000 points. Canine Fruit Wolf form, from the copy world of One Piece, priced at 40,000 points. The special skill Sprint comes from the copy world of King Pesticide, which costs 12,000 points. The Art of Shadow Clone, from the copy world of Naruto, sells for 35,000 points. The special item Exorcism Talisman, from the copy world of Mr. Zombie, a one-time item, priced at 2,000 points. Seeing these things for sale, Chen Ye's eyes flickered. He is familiar with these things. The space of reincarnation is really amazing. It can turn these fantasy works into a real copy world. No wonder, many people say that the reincarnation space is created by omnipotent gods. Apart from the gods, Chen Ye really couldn't imagine who else could create such a spatial world. Continue to scroll down. Suddenly, Chen Ye's eyes condensed, and the hand that was turning the page also stopped. He saw what he wanted. The second is more. Chapter 42 Hello everyone, I am Shura. 3 more, The special item Heart of the Brave comes from the copy world of Brave and sells for 80,000 points. Seeing this item, Chen Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. This is what he is looking for. According to the introduction of the system, the Heart of the Brave can make users brave and fearless after use. The effect seems to be quite simple. But in fact, such an effect is extremely rare. Fear has always been one of the greatest shortcomings of mankind. Many people do irrational things under the control of fear. For example, people vs zombies. As long as people can overcome the fear of zombies and want to kill zombies, the winning rate is actually very high, because people have wisdom and can use tools and the environment. But in fact, many people saw the zombies, and their legs were frightened. Under extreme fear, let alone resisting, he made many mistakes to escape, and eventually became a ration for zombies. This is the effect of fear on people. For reincarnations, fear is a fatal weakness. Samsaras often walk on the edge of life and death. Once they lose the courage to fight because of fear, they are easily killed by the enemy. To have a fearless heart is extremely important for samsara. The heart of the brave can completely restrain the beauty of the female ghost.